very important report which we're launching today on behalf of all of us here at EMSA and on behalf of our colleagues in the European Environment Agency. It is our great pleasure to present to you the second edition of the European Maritime Transport Environmental Report.
Every second breath we take comes from the ocean. It is the heart of life, our common home. But the ocean is under pressure like never before. From human activities, in the air, on the surface, and below the water, we all have to turn the tide. With green, safe fuels for ships, no harmful emissions in the air, clean oceans free from waste and pollution, where nature can thrive and habitats are protected, where technology and innovation support our environment, for us today and for future generations, where policy becomes action and action becomes oxygen. Every second breath we take comes from the ocean.
Ladies and gentlemen, now to formally welcome everyone here today, can I ask you to welcome indeed the Executive Director of EMSA, Maja Markovic-Kostelac.
Commissioner, Your Excellencies, Secretaries of the State, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my great pleasure to welcome you to EMSA today for the launch of the European Maritime Transport Environmental Report, our EMTER, prepared together with our colleagues from the European Environmental Agency. I'm particularly delighted to welcome Mr. Apostolos Tzitzikostas, the European Commissioner for the Sustainable Transport and Tourism, on his first visit to EMSA. I sincerely hope this is the first visit of many to come. To all our distinguished guests today, thank you for joining us in EMSA, Europe's home of the maritime affairs. We are honored by your presence at this important event. I would like at the outset to thank all those who contributed to this report, from the maritime industry and maritime sector in general, from academia, from NGOs, from national administrations. This second edition of EMTER has benefited from the inputs and expertise of so many stakeholders around the EU. It is a truly collaborative work which reflects the importance of the issue that it addresses. And I would like to particularly thank Leena Mononen, the Executive Director of the European Environmental Agency, and her team. Our two agencies have worked closely together on this project, joining our forces to produce what I believe is truly a relevant end result. Neither agency could do this alone. So this report is a testament not just of the experience and the expertise of our teams, but of the added value that the cooperation and collaboration of EU agencies brings. Of course, I would like to express my gratitude to the services of the European Commission, who have helped and steered our work in this report. DG Move, DG ENV, DG Klima, DG JRC, and our sister agency EFCA, all of whom I'm pleased to see here in the audience today. Ladies and gentlemen, EMTER is a unique. It is a single source of facts and data, now fully updated, on the environmental footprint of maritime transport sector in the EU. It brings together information across the wide range of indicators, giving the 360-degree view, not just of what is happening now, but also of the future trends and developments. And now more than ever, EMTER is needed. When we launched our first edition in 2021, the world was emerging from the COVID pandemic with a sense of optimism that the normal life would soon come. Shipping had been the key throughout the COVID, keeping supply chains open as the world shut down. This second edition is published amid a different set of challenges. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the situation in the Middle East, tensions in Far East, ongoing conflicts casting shadows over the global stability which we have taken for granted for so long. Here, shipping is affected too, first in the Black Sea, then with the attacks on the vessels in Red Sea and the subsequent rerouting away from the Suez Canal. We also face the threat of the shadow fleet, ships whose true control is hidden behind the complex ownership and management structures. These ships, often significantly older than the European fleet, poorly maintained and only infrequently inspected, operate outside the norms of international shipping, posing potential environmental as well as safety and security risks to our oceans, coastline, and strategic infrastructure. And at the same time, we face the great and urgent challenge of the climate emergency, with last year confirmed as the warmest year's record, approximately 155 above the pre-industrial level. In fact, every single one of the world's 10 hottest years has occurred in the last decade. And every year we witness more dramatic climate-related events. This has critical implication now, not just for the future generations, but for us today, as we already see the effects of all this in our lives, including the shipping and port sector. 2024 brought a record draft level in Panama Canal, slowing down shipping traffic routes. Together with the Red Sea, that meant that two key maritime choke points were affected last year, increasing transport costs and disturbing supply chains. Ships took longer journeys, burning more fuels and consequently generating more emissions. The message is clear. If we do not continue to make progress towards our climate goals, we will see more events like this of increasing severity and frequency. What is exceptional today will become a norm in the future. It remains to be seen what effect the new climate policy across the Atlantic will have on the rest of the world. But here in Europe, we are leading the way in tackling the climate emergency through our European Green Deal, including in the maritime sector. And we can draw inspiration for the future from the success of the past. Ladies and gentlemen, as many of you know, EMSA was founded in the wake of the severe maritime accidents with the devastating environmental impacts along the European coast. The wave of the EU legislation that followed gave us a set of maritime safety instruments that tackled substandard shipping and promoted cleaner seas in Europe at a time when the major oil spills were the environmental threat that everyone feared the most. More than 2 decades later, sustainability is, alongside with the maritime safety and security, key policy areas for maritime transport. Implementation of the maritime-related legislative measures in the Fit for 55 package to support the reduction of the environmental and climate impact of maritime transport is a vital pillar. At the same time, and given the international nature of shipping, European commitment to work together with the partners in the global arena, in the IMO, towards more ambitious, forward-looking global standard is essential. At EMSA, we are proud to support these processes with our technical expertise and knowledge. From the extension of EU ETS to shipping and the provisions of FuelEU maritime regulation to port reception facilities and ship source pollution directive. We are here to support implementation, to facilitate, to simplify, to harmonize. We are also here to build knowledge, as we have done, for example, in the area of the alternative fuels, and particularly its safety aspect. EMTER is an important reference document in that journey. It serves policymakers as they shape future policies and legislation for the maritime transport sector in the EU and globally. It also assists researchers, academia, industry, innovators, NGOs with up-to-date data facts, insights, comprehensive information across the wide range of indicators. But EMSA is also for the European citizens. Our European Union is a maritime union with nearly 40% of EU population, around 180 million people, living within the 50 kilometers away from the sea. More than 400 million people pass through EU ports every year. Here in Europe, we trade by ship, we travel by ship, we connect by ship. So the sustainability of the sector concerns us all. Ladies and gentlemen, I will end with a final thought. New technologies and innovation hold a great promise for the shipping industry, and the EU is here to support them. For example, the Innovation Fund, financed by the EU Emission Trading System revenues, is one of the world's largest funding programs for clean technologies. In terms of green and smart transition, we have started the journey, but we need to go further, faster. It is essential to show that maritime decarbonization is not just an environmental necessity, but also an economic opportunity. Investing in cleaner technology and sustainable practices can drive efficiency, reduce costs, and strengthen the long-term competitiveness of Europe's high-quality shipping industry. Given maritime's role as a key facilitator of trade, these benefits extend to the entire EU economy. We release EMTER today at a crucial moment for shipping's environmental journey, when progress has been made towards sustainability, but more needs to be done, and done at a faster pace. Further generation depends on the actions we take today, and even though the challenges of sustainability may seem greater, the rewards are greater. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and it is my great pleasure now to formally open this conference.
Thank you so much, Maya. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now absolutely delighted and honored to welcome our keynote speaker for today, the European Commissioner for Sustainable Transport and Tourism, Apostolos Tzitzikostas.
Thank you very much, dear Maya, dear colleagues from the EMSA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really honored to be here today for the presentation of this second edition of the European Maritime Transport Environmental Report, the EMTER 2025. And we are here at EMSA, located at the gateway to the Atlantic, a beautiful location, to talk about preserving our marine environment and our shipping heritage. But before we come to the content of the report, let's remind ourselves, why do we need EMTER? Maritime transport remains the cornerstone of global trade, connecting people, markets, and driving economic growth. Within the European Union, it carries over 2/3 of our internal freight, while facilitating 3/4 of our international trade. Then there is the emotional attachment that we Europeans have with the maritime sector, Portugal, and my country included. So it is in our interests to make sure that the future of the maritime sector in Europe is as brilliant as its past. Actually, the the sector, and you know it very well, is remarkably resilient, as we all witnessed during the COVID-19 pandemic. The way in which operations continued, despite unprecedented global disruptions, indeed impressed us all. But unfortunately, the need for resilience did not fade with COVID. Today, shipping faces an increasingly complex geopolitical landscape, as well as pressure to transition to greener and smarter ways of operation. It is what we're here to talk about today. The EMTER reports help us to understand the environmental challenges and equips us with the knowledge that we need to react to chart a sustainable course for the sector. This comprehensive assessment of the sector's environmental footprint looks in particular at greenhouse gas emissions, water and air pollution, and maritime litter. All of them today do affect and impact the marine ecosystems. The findings are drawn from thorough data analysis and allows us to see how legislation is helping to limit the impact of the maritime sector on the environment. As a policymaker, the report is invaluable, but I would also like to encourage you to share it as widely as possible with maritime stakeholders, of course, but also with those outside the maritime sector. We are being truly transparent about the pressures of the shipping sector on the maritime environment and about the steps that we are taking to minimize these pressures. And I think that is indeed worth sharing. So what does this report tell us? In short, the encouraging news is that we have made progress. Of course, we still face challenges. The report confirms that while maritime transport is consuming energy more efficiently, environmental impacts are still very, very much visible. Activities like shipping of cargo, commercial fishing, tankers, and cruise ships, as well as port activities, continue to impact the environment today, while the whole sector accounting for 3 to 4% of the EU's overall carbon dioxide emissions. So we need to get this figure down. Meanwhile, methane gas emissions at least double between 2018 and 2023. And apart from greenhouse gas emissions, we also need to reduce air pollutants like nitrogen oxides. We can see encouraging reductions in sulfur oxide, but overall, emissions have risen annually since 2015, reaching 137.5 million tons in 2022, 8.5% higher than the previous year, although still below pre-pandemic levels. Now, we have several EU initiatives tackling emissions head-on. The Fuel EU Maritime Regulation and the extension of the EU emissions trading system are in place, and we still soon start seeing the impact. Together with new initiatives such as the Sustainable Transport Investment Plan, the European Port Strategy, and the Maritime industrial strategy, all of which we are working for, and we will present them later this year, will encourage the use of alternative fuels and lower harmful emissions. They will also drive innovation, clean technologies, and pave the way for a more sustainable future for the maritime sector. We are also working with the International Maritime Organization to promote the adoption of ambitious global standards for decarbonization, environmental protection, and the sustainable development of the maritime sector. And we are, I'm sure you know this very well, at a very crucial juncture this year. IMO is currently discussing the specific technical and economic measures to ensure that the shipping sector can reach net zero emissions by 2050. And we, the European Union, will pressure all stakeholders, and of course, those who take part in the IMO, in order to reach a level playing field globally. And we are pushing for an ambitious agreement. I'm sure you will all be watching carefully when we will be all meeting in April. But we also need to pay close attention to the impact of maritime transport on our seas. And I'm grateful that we have in the EMTER report both encouraging news and advice on where we need to focus going forward. Satellite images confirm fewer pollution incidents from ships discharging oil. And due to international cooperation on ballast water, the content of the water carried by tankers and the like to keep them stable after they deliver their cargo poses less of a risk today to European ecosystems than discharged. On a more worrying note, we do need indeed to make sure that the approach used to reduce sulfur dioxide emissions doesn't impact negatively on water pollution. And we are seeing a potential challenge linked to the increase in cruises, an increase in the volumes of cleaned wastewater entering the sea from cruise ships. And we need to be very sensible here. With the right eco-friendly infrastructure and with responsible tourism practices, the cruise sector can thrive while simultaneously driving the sustainable growth of tourism. Dear friends, esteemed colleagues, EMTER 2025 underlines the need for science-based approaches and cooperation with all stakeholders, governments, shipping industry, NGOs, and of course, the citizens. And it calls for transparent data sharing with everyone. So let's use the EMTER report as a catalyst for dialogue. Meanwhile, we need to step up resilient port developments, smart investment in emission and pollution reduction, and collaborative research. Let's ensure that we are at the cutting edge of cleaner fuel technologies and maritime infrastructure. For example, by making ports hubs for the production and import of clean energies. This will protect both the maritime environment and the sector's competitiveness, which is one of our biggest priorities. Portugal has been at the forefront of embracing sustainable blue economy principles, illustrating how synergy between maritime activities and environmental protection can indeed create a win-win scenario for local economies and the marine ecosystem. So we just need to follow Portugal's example. Let's harness the transformative potential of digital innovation and new technologies, such as AI, to continue making efficiency gains. Let's continue the rigorous implementation of Fuel EU Maritime. This report serves as a call to action. By working all together, we can ensure that maritime transport remains a key player in our global economy, while minimizing its environmental impact and safeguarding our oceans for future generations. Now, the choices we make today have the potential to steer us towards a sustainable and resilient future. So let's make the right choice. I want to thank all the participants, the authors, the researchers behind this invaluable report. I want to thank you for your dedication and commitment to this vital cause. And I want to reassure you that the European Commission and myself are dedicated into reaching these goals and to doing whatever is necessary, not only to transform the maritime sector, achieving our dual transition, at the same time safeguard the competitiveness of the sector, which is a pride for all of us Europeans. So Maya, dear friends, thank you again for this very warm welcome here at EMSA in the beautiful city of Lisbon. And rest assured that, as we discussed yesterday, I will be here next to you every step of this way. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you very much for those words. Thank you very much indeed. And now, just for one moment, I would like to call Maya back up on the stage, because we're going to do something, I think, just a little bit different.
Some short and ad hoc changes. Dear Commissioner, thank you for this inspiring words, forward-looking, which will boost us with additional energy to go forward and work together. Now, before we continue with the presentation of our report, I would like us all to pay special tribute to people behind the scene, to colleagues who are working hard to make this report happening today. So I would like us to join on the stage colleagues who were the main pen holders. Sami Javina, Sergio Alda, please join me. Eduardo Caponera, Ruth McDonald, colleagues from EA, Stefan Izoard, Mustafa Aydin, Tommaso Celeri. Please join me. The main force, Manuela Tomasini, Martin Adams from EA, Frederic Herbert, Jesus Vale, Andrea Torini, Aris Christodoulou, Guido Calcagno, Lito Sirotiri, Sara De Donatis, Raquel Carmo, Raquel Ferreira, Sharif Abu Ghazalak, Iñaki Lopez, Rita Rocha, Ana Silva, Ola Lisner, Celia Casiones, Alejandra Bizet from EA, Constant Brand from EA, Cecil Rogier Qualifac, Gülsin Karendiz. Thank you, colleagues. You made it.
Thank you very much, Maya. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much, colleagues. And thank you very much, Lena. And I'm afraid that Lena is going to have to make a trip back up on the podium again, because here at this point, what we are going to do is we are going to go into the detail of this report. You've heard already from our distinguished speakers a little bit about its scope, its overview, and its importance. But what we're going to do today at this point is really dig into some of the key findings presented by the executive directors of both agencies. So it's with great pleasure that we now welcome Lena Ulla Mononen, the executive director of the EEA, onto the stage for her first presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in EMSA and Lisbon. Commissioner, Maya, all the colleagues, friends, it's an excellent opportunity to also celebrate the joint collaboration between our two EU agencies, EEA and EMSA. So we will explore the environmental impacts of maritime transport, including air and water pollution, marine litter, impacts on biodiversity, and more. Together with Maya, we will present some of the report's key findings and insights, which highlight the urgency of achieving progress towards sustainability in maritime transport. Maritime transport, as already said, is essential to the EU. It is used in 75% of our imports and exports and is a major driver and enabler of economic activity and development. In brief, the maritime transport sector is crucial to the EU economy. In 2021, the sector contributed to 44.3 billion euros in gross value added. Ports alone generated 29.5 billion euros. Employment has also been steadily increasing, reaching 292,000 direct jobs in 2022. And in 2021, around 410,000 people were employed in port activities. The EU fishing fleet has been declining since 2016, with still 72,500 shipping vessels. The EMTER report is a joint effort, as said, by our two agencies, EEA and EMSA. It builds on the first edition, published in 2021, with expanded scope and improved methodology. It updates key indicators on topics including marine litter, fishing vessels, and ports. And it aligns closely with the European Community's Commission's political guidelines for 2024-2029, supporting a sustainable and innovative maritime sector. EMTER aims to help drive sustainability in the maritime sector. It plays a critical role in supporting key EU policies focused on environmental protection, biodiversity, and pollution reduction. It underpins EU policies such as the Zero Pollution Action Plan and the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. As Maya will elaborate further in her presentation, the extension of the EU's emissions trading system to include maritime transport is a major step towards decarbonisation. These efforts also align with the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which aims to protect marine biodiversity and reduce harmful impacts like ship source pollution and waste. The Alternative Fuel Infrastructure Regulation, meanwhile, promotes cleaner energy sources, reducing air pollutants like nitrogen dioxide and particulate matter. The Port Reception Facilities Directive, for its part, aims to curb pollution from ports and ships, safeguarding critical habitats for marine life. So this report supports meeting climate targets by recognizing the importance of sustainable practices and alternative fuels, such as LNG and batteries. It addresses also biodiversity protection by tackling habitat loss caused by port expansions and shipping. And EMTER also contributes to zero pollution objectives, identifying key sources of maritime pollution and advancing cleaner alternatives. By reducing emissions and pollution, these policies support cleaner ecosystems, healthier marine biodiversity, and more sustainable maritime sector. The chart here on the left shows discharge waters from ships, broken down by source. As you can see, open loop scrubbers dominate. They use seawater to scrub exhaust gases and release harmful substances into the sea, contributing to acidification and bioaccumulation. You can see that these discharges have been rising fast. The chart on the right excludes these open loop scrubbers and also shows a rise in discharges over the last decade. This is largely related to cruise ships, which generate significant amounts of grey water. And these water discharges from cruise ships increased by 40% from 2014 to 2023. Ports are the heart of the maritime shipping industry. They serve as key hubs for the movement of goods, services, and people, and are vital for the development of new technologies. Nevertheless, in ports in Europe, international shipping contributes significantly to levels of air pollution. 22% for nitrogen dioxide, 5% for particulate matter, 2.5, and 3% for PM10. According to this report, annual mean nitrogen dioxide concentrations in port areas in 2021 were higher than in surrounding areas. In 11 ports, more than double. In Antwerp, Marseille, and Napoli, annual mean nitrogen dioxide concentrations in ports were above the Ambient Air Quality Directive's limit value to be attained by 2030. Although to a lesser extent, the same is true for the mean particulate matter, PM10 concentrations, with the difference ranging from plus 3% in Amsterdam to plus 49% in Piraeus. In 9 ports, annual mean PM10 concentrations were above the level of protection of human health, including in the Ambient Air Quality Directives, to be attained by 2030. Seabed disturbances. They are clearly concentrated near major ports and shipping lanes where dredging and anchoring are frequent. This unfortunately affects ecosystems and critical habitats like seagrass, which acts as a carbon sink and provide also nurseries for many marine species. About 1.2 of Europe's regional seas are subject to physical disturbances of the seabed by maritime transport, with 27% of nearshore seabeds in Europe affected. The map shows the area with the widest seabed physical disturbance in Europe, in the Greater North Sea and the Kattegat in Denmark. Approximately 4.2% of broad benthic habitats in marine reporting units reported by the EU member states are disturbed due to maritime transport. The central role that ports play in international trade has resulted in rapid port expansion, with Europe seeing a significant 12.5% increase in port area between 2000 and 2018. Expansion has been seen across regional seas in Europe, with the Black Sea and Mediterranean seeing the largest increases. This surge in port development is largely driven by the growth in movement of international cargo. Additionally, rising levels of tourism and recreational activities have fueled demand for marinas to host private boats and yachts. Many European countries, especially those with scenic coastlines, have expanded marina facilities to support this demand, boosting tourism and strengthening local economies. But port activities cause significant environmental damage, including reduced water quality, changes in coastal morphology and hydrology, and degradation of sand and mud substrates. And these shallow water habitats provide homes for various species, including seagrass, microalgae, mud crabs, and fish. Impacts can lead to habitat degradation and loss. EMTER highlights the critical impacts of maritime transport on biodiversity, particularly red-listed marine mammal and turtle species within Natura 2000 sites. And some of these species inhabit sites with high collision risks due to shipping. Certain regions stand out as collision risk hotspots for whales and turtles due to maritime activity. These include the eastern part of Greater North Sea, the southern coast of Bay of Biscay, the Gibraltar region, and parts of the Aegean Sea, where collision risks have significantly increased. In contrast, a decrease of collision risks has been observed along the western coast of the Iberian Peninsula and, to some extent, in the Celtic Seas, Adriatic Sea, and Black Sea. The data presented underscores the urgent targeted measures to minimize collisions and to protect vulnerable marine species in high-risk areas. Invasive alien species, the subgroup of so-called non-indigenous species, disrupt ecosystems and impose economic costs, particularly on fisheries and infrastructure. Shipping is responsible for 60% of these non-indigenous species, NIS, introductions, mainly through ballast water and biofouling. Invasive alien species peaked between 2000 and 2005 and have declined due to enhanced regulations and management efforts. 31% of global ships are now certified for ballast water management under the Ballast Water Management Convention, reflecting progress but highlighting also the need for broader action. Continued efforts are essential to mitigate the NIS impacts and protect marine biodiversity. Marine litter. It causes ecological damage, such as entanglement of marine animals, birds, ingestion of plastics, and habitat disruption. The graph shows the development of marine litter from maritime activities over the last decade, with subsets of fishing and shipping also represented. Although marine litter from shipping and fishing has halved in Europe over the last decade, microplastic pollution remains a critical issue. Sources include ship hull cleaning, marine paint wear, cargo mishandling, pellet loss, and lost containers, contributing to long-term environmental, socioeconomic, and health impacts. While initiatives like Fishing for Litter have shown progress, addressing the issues require stricter regulations and monitoring on microplastic paints, lost cargo, and better port waste management. Finally, the EMTER 2025 is a sector-specific report and assessment, and this second edition of the report improves of the knowledge base for the environmental impacts of maritime transport, making use of also innovative methodologies and proxy indicators. However, there is still a need for more data and research to close critical knowledge gaps regarding pollution and its impacts on biodiversity. Inter alia, real-time monitoring for collisions could enable better protection for species like whales and in shipping lanes. Addressing marine litter requires innovative tracking tools like drones and satellites. Microplastic studies are crucial to understanding their impacts on health and ecosystems. Tackling non-indigenous species involves improving global monitoring systems. Addressing air pollution in ports calls for more localized emission tracking to support effective regulation. As said, maritime transport and shipping are vital to the EU economy. They drive trade, growth, and economic development. We must, nevertheless, balance growth with environmental protection. This will require more and better use of marine spatial planning and strategies for sustainability transitions within the marine and maritime sectors. As with all aspects of the transition towards sustainability, there will be both benefits and trade-offs. Perhaps now more than ever in these uncertain geopolitical times, these need to be both highlighted and understood in order to carry the support of the sector and ensure a sustainable future for the maritime industry. Thank you very much for your attention.
Lena, thank you very, very much for your presentation. Deeply interesting. And now for the second part of this Executive Director deep dive into the report, can we welcome again Maya back onto the stage? Thank you very much.
I promise this is almost final time that you see me on this stage today. Thank you, dear Lena. I will continue with the presentation of our EMTER report with the parts dealing with GHG emissions, air and water pollution, underwater noise, and waste. Do I handle this? Okay. So, starting from decarbonization, which is, as we all know, today the prominent topic when it comes to sustainability of all sectors, including maritime transport. We all know that greenhouse gas emissions are the main drivers of the global warming and thus the climate change, with the CO2 emissions playing the critical role. So the reduction of CO2 emissions from all sectors are absolutely needed, and that includes, of course, the maritime transport. When it comes to figures, CO2 maritime transport is responsible for roughly 3 to 4% of all CO2 emissions, or around 14% of the maritime transport, of the EU transport CO2 emissions. How the CO2 are emitted, we all know it's primarily by the combustion of the fossil fuels in the ship's machinery spaces. If we look at the figures between the 2018 and 22, according to that MRV database, we can see that both the freight and the passenger transport has decreased the CO2 emissions by roughly 5%. That would be an excellent news. If, however, we take into the consideration that this period is not really a representative one, because we had COVID and we had Brexit at that period. And unfortunately, when we look at the figures in 2022, with 137.5 million tons emitted, we are back in pre-pandemic period. When it comes to ship types, roughly 80% of the CO2 emissions are attributed to main cargo ships, main types of cargo ships, from container oil tankers, bulk carriers, chemical tankers to general cargo. Cruise ships has declined slightly CO2 emissions. However, they are still contributed like 5 times more than the conventional passenger ships to CO2 emissions. As you have already heard, this time the EMTER report includes also the emissions from fishing vessels. Although they are not participating in MRV, as we'll know, the model shows that in 2023, fishing fleet emission is calculated at the 3.7 million tons, which represent 2% of CO2 emissions from EU transport. Another greenhouse gas is methane, which also contributes to global warming. And although methane lives shorter, it has the potential to trap actually heat more than CO2, so it could contribute even more to the global warming. Unfortunately, when it comes to methane emission, maritime transport is in the raising curve, with now around 26% of the total methane emissions from European transport sector. Between 2018 and 2023, methane emission raised in practically all sea areas around Europe with a factor from 2 to 5. That could be attributed to different factors, but including the increased number of LNG-powered vessels, which emitted more methane than even conventional fossil fuels. So the LNG vessels reduced the sulfur, it slightly reduced the CO2 emissions, but it increased methane. The data that we present in the report on the methane is based on the model. However, since the last year in the extension of ETS, the methane reporting is included. Next report, you will have the figures derived from the reporting system. Now, how do we stand in respect of decarbonization in practice? We all know we will not be able to reach the GHG targets neither in 2030 nor in 2050 with the fossil fuels, and that's why the decarbonization is a key for this process. At the moment, the vast majority of the global tonnage is powered by the fossil fuels. Only around 3.3% of the global tonnage use some sorts of alternatives. And then within the scope of alternatives, they are mostly LNG-powered vessels. When we look at the books of orders, we could be slightly more optimistic because there is the increased trend in the usage in the ordering of the vessels powered by alternative fuels. However, again, the vast majority of them are again LNG vessels. LNG has clearly been chosen by the industry as the medium or transitional period solution, and it will be interesting in the discussion that will follow to hear from the industry sector what are the triggers for this solution. Well, certainly one of the triggers why the LNG was chosen as the transitional solution for shipping is still the gap in knowledge. So it is important that we continuously work in developing further knowledge on different alternative sources of power potentially used by shipping, so that we understand better the availability, accessibility, sustainability, and for us in EMSA, of course, safety aspects of each alternative fuels. EMSA has contributed to that goal by publishing a series of studies on different alternative solutions from methanol, biofuels, hydrogen, ammonia, synthetic fuels, wind power propulsion to nuclear. And we're going to continue with that. On the port side, and it is important that we address the port side at the same time, we can be more optimistic. At the moment, we have 124 OPS in European ports installed, which incorporate 680 OPS berth connections. This is certainly a good trend, and we can expect that in next years there will be more of such a project. Compared to the last report, we have now the complete and comprehensive set of legislation in place. So the EMTER report contains the full description of the whole package, including fuel maritime, extension of ETS, alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, and Renewable Energy Directive. As you all know, the emission trading system is a market-based measure which requires from the companies to monitor and report on their emission and then subsequently surrender their allowances based on the percentage of the emission reported. For 2025, for 2024, it was 40%. 2025 will request 70% of the allowances surrender, and in 2026, the full 100%. EMSA has been developed and is hosting a tool which enables reporting and monitoring both the ETS and FuelEU Maritime in the single ecosystem. At the moment, we have roughly 5,000 companies registered, 17,000 monitoring plans submitted, and around 2,000 companies have already registered and opened their accounts as the precondition for surrendering the allowances. FuelEU Maritime regulation, on the other hand side, requires the reduction of greenhouse gas intensity used on board the ships, with a baseline in 2020 and the reduction of at least 2% by 2025, 6% by 2030, and then subsequently in each 5 years context, aiming at 80% reduction by 2050. FuelEU Maritime also contains a very important principle, and that is well-to-wake or life cycle energy intensity or energy efficiency, which is important principle to tackle the real reduction of the emissions from the transport sector. Furthermore, FuelEU Maritime requires the use of the onshore power supply in the ports from 2030, while on the other hand side, the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation requires the ports to ensure the infrastructure so that the supply chain is mirrored. Renewable Energy Directive, as we all know, set the binding targets to use the renewable energy. So while now we are having this complementary and, let's say, full and robust legislative framework, it is to believe that the decarbonization will speed up, or let's say will increase the intensity of its implementation. Now, coming to the air pollution. Shipping sector, by burning marine fuels, pollute the air. And within the set of pollutants, SOx, NOx, particulate matters, and the black carbon are those which we are monitoring. Although shipping remains as the larger contributor to SOx emissions in transport sector, SOx emissions are constantly and steadily decreasing, and that is certainly a very good news. It could be attributed to the implementation of the global SOx cap, but also, and in particularly, on the dedication of the SECA areas around European coasts, where we noticed the decline by 70% of SOx emissions. That means that by the designation of MED as another SOx area, which will enter into the force, we can expect the further deduction of the SOx emissions around Europe. EMSA is supporting the member states in monitoring the emission with our drones. And what has been seen is the very high level of compliance, both in SECA and non-SECA areas. When it comes to NOx, the situation is different. Unfortunately, NOx is constantly increasing, over 10% in the period from 2015 to 2023. And that includes also NECA area where we still don't see any decline in the trend, mostly because the NOx regulation applies only to new ships. Coming to water pollution. Here the situation is more positive. we have seen that there is a decline of the operational oil spills in the period from 2018 to 2022, and that is somehow the continuation of the decline trend. Nevertheless, in 2023, we have detected a serious increase of the potential oil spills that has been detected through our satellite surveillance services, CleanSeabed. We have to be careful when we interpret that data, however, because out of this increase or out of all this potentially detected oil spills, only 40% have actually been checked by the member states, and in only 5% cases, they were confirmed as the oil pollution. So it might be attributed also to the fact that we are using a better sensors. So we see even very, very small pollutions in the water surface. So in the period to come, we will closely monitor and see if this is a new trend or it was the result of the use of the better technology. According to the ITOF statistical data, also the oil tanker spills have significantly decreased. And when we look at the large spills, it has been reduced from 17% to 13% in 2023. Underwater radiated noise, it's a relatively new topic. We have brought to this report a very comprehensive and state-of-the-art data when it comes to URN. And we also provided the entire EU-wide soundscape maps, quantifying this time the URN levels across all European seas and oceans. Findings indicates that there is a slight but still constant rise in the underwater radiated noise around the European waters. It is particularly visible in the English Channel, Strait of Gibraltar, parts of the Adriatic Sea, and Dardanelles Straits. While the lowest SPL we recorded in northwest part of the Northeast Atlantic Ocean and southern part of the Mediterranean. What is particularly interesting in this report is the foresight, the forward looking. And here you will find several scenarios in the report, from business as usual to the possibility of the decrease of the underwater radiated noise by 2050 up to 70%. Should we implement the technical and operational innovation on the shipping side and also implement the GHG mitigating measures? So there is a path. Finally, the waste. Due and thanks to the implementation of the new port reception facilities directive, we are now able to quantify the volume of waste that has been delivered in the European ports. So for 2023, vast majority of waste belongs to MARPOL Annex 1 waste, which means oil waste, followed by the sewage. We have also identified top 10 European ports when it comes to reception facilities. And here we know that Rotterdam is by far the recorder, followed, which received more than double than the 4 next combined. And the 4 next are Antwerp, Bruges, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, and Trappan. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was certainly just a snapshot. I invite you to download the report if you haven't yet, and to read it from page to page, because it really contains a large scope of very important and relevant information. And I particularly encourage you to use it in your daily work, because this is how this report will actually live the most. And I'm looking forward to hear from our stakeholders in the discussion that will follow how to best steer the forthcoming activities and strategic goals in order to tackle the areas which are still identified as the areas where further encouragement or further steps are needed in order to steer our great maritime sector towards the sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maya. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Maya there. The entire EMTER report, plus summaries in 24 EU languages, is available to download on the websites of the EEA and on EMSA's website. So if you haven't yet managed to get your hands on a copy, you know where to go. We are now going to have a short coffee break. Back in half an hour. Afterwards, we will be delighted to hear from our first panel, which I know everyone's very much looking forward to. And also, we'll hear some high-level video contributions as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention for this first half of the conference. We now end our streaming. We pause our streaming for until 11 o'clock. At Lisbon time, I stress, and we'll see you all back here then. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. is not so bad in terms of returning after a coffee break. It's almost on time. Well, not quite on time, but almost on time. So let's just wait until the final colleagues have taken their seats as soon as we possibly can. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ourselves nice and comfortable for what is going to be the second half of the first half of our conference. And now, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we are now already live streaming. So thank you very much for your attention. One of our great honors today is to count on the presence of so many distinguished guests here with us in Lisbon. And of course, some of our distinguished guests couldn't make it to our conference today. So we're equally honored to begin to share some video messages for some very distinguished people. Ladies and gentlemen, may I first invite you to listen to the video message from the European Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience and a Competitive Circular Economy, Jessica Roswell.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to address you at this launch event. The maritime sector plays an important role in our competitiveness agenda. At the same time, like any other sector, the maritime industry directly impacts our environment. Today's report highlights many opportunities for the sector to improve its climate and environmental impact. More specifically, the report highlights initiatives to achieve zero pollution from shipping. Many efforts have been made, but more can be done to reduce ship emissions and water discharges, to sustainably recycle end-of-life ships, and to prevent plastic pellet losses at sea. Every year, up to 1.8 million tons of microplastic are spilled in the environment in Europe, including at sea. That's the size of 600 Olympic swimming pools. Cleaning up is very hard and very costly. That is why I strongly support the European Parliament's and Member States' efforts to regulate microplastics from the sector, as well as a global effort with the IMO. As Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience and Competitive Circular Economy, I want to emphasize the critical role of water in the new Commission's agenda. With the upcoming Water Resilience Strategy, I want to provoke a paradigm shift in how we value water. We can no longer take water for granted. We have launched a call for evidence today to prepare the strategy. I look forward to hearing your ideas and receiving your input, because I'm convinced that the blue economy holds solutions for ecosystems and economies alike. We have to work together, the maritime and water sectors side by side, to steer us towards a water-resilient Europe. Thank you.
Commissioner Roswell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to present another video message, this time from the Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans, Kostis Kadis.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and partners, it is a pleasure to welcome you together with Commissioner Tzitzikostas to the launch of the second edition of the European Maritime Transport and Environmental Report, even if I can't be with you in person. I would like to congratulate the European Marine Safety Agency and the European Environment Agency for the organization of this event. The second edition of the European Maritime Transport and Environmental Report will provide a valuable overview of the environmental impact of the maritime transport sector in the European Union in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, air emissions, underwater noise, biodiversity, pollution, and marine litter. It will contribute towards securing the health of our ocean and shaping our policies based on the principles of sustainable development. Let me stress that the health of our ocean is essential for the well-being of humanity. It provides half of the oxygen we breathe and supports millions of livelihoods. And this is why we will launch soon a new initiative, the European Ocean Pact. The Ocean Pact will be a comprehensive framework that will provide a holistic, integrated, and coherent approach across all policy areas related to the ocean, with three strategic objectives: to ensure a healthy and productive ocean by protecting biodiversity, to boost the European Union's sustainable blue economy and resilient coastal communities, and to enhance research and innovation and the European Union's marine knowledge framework. I invite you all to contribute to this initiative. Please take part in the extensive consultation process that is in progress and share your views. You can also join us for the structured ocean dialogues, for example, during the European Ocean Days in early March in Brussels. Now turning to the blue economy. If we want it to be efficient, we need to utilize the competitive advantage the European Union has and organize better our blue economy activities and to protect our coastline. In the European Union, we have many tools, including funding to support our member states, communities, and businesses with this task. And let me give you a few examples. The EU Maritime Spatial Planning Directive allows member states to plan strategically. Using the ecosystem-based approach, they can support our climate commitments and the objectives of the European Green Deal. Research, innovation, and skills are also crucial for blue economy growth and to boost the European Union's competitiveness. We need a cleaner maritime industry, on which my colleague, Commissioner Tzitzikostas, is working. And we need to invest in research and development and in emerging technologies, such as ocean energy and maritime biotechnology. This is where our EU mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters by 2030 and the upcoming new EU Ocean Research and Innovation Strategy can help. In order to promote utilization of research results and their translation into innovation, our Blue Invest initiative, with the support of the European Investment Bank, has been instrumental. It has helped hundreds of young ocean technology companies turn their ideas into marketable products and find investors to support their growth. Dear friends, policymaking is more effective when it is based on valid scientific information and sound documentation. The launch of the second edition of the European Maritime Transport Environmental Report substantially contributes towards this direction. We assure you that the report will be adequately utilized. I would like once again to congratulate the organizers of this event and wish you all productive exchanges today.
The words of Commissioner Cadiz there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a video intervention from the Chair of the Transport and Tourism Committee of the European Parliament, Madam Elisabeth Vosenberg-Virondini.
Dear Commissioners, dear colleagues, I'm glad to address you today for the launch of the EMTER report. As the chair of the TRAN committee, let me emphasize that the decarbonization of maritime transport is a priority for us. However, as the second EMTER report shows, we still have our work cut out to meet our ambitious EU targets in this sector. On a positive note, the EU has put in place the tools needed to achieve its targets, notably under the EU Maritime Regulation, which now fully applies from 1st January 2025. In Parliament, we collaborated well with the Council and Commission last year to have the Maritime Safety Package approved before our 2024 elections, less than 1 year after its publication. I'm delighted to see that the 4 key pieces of legislation published last December are now ready to enter into force. These laws are crucial because they help prevent pollution and protect and preserve the marine ecosystem. Let me highlight that the European Parliament is here to provide support to all the actors of the maritime sector. Finally, TRAN is now negotiating the update of EMSA. In its founding regulation, we aim to fully align the agency's mission to help the sector to achieve its decarbonization goals. Thanks to the excellent cooperation with the Council and the Commission, we hope to have a deal during the Polish presidency, allowing us to complete the maritime package very soon. We still thoroughly study the 2025 edition of the EMTER report, as well as the outcomes of our discussion held today, for which I wish you all the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, the words of the chair of the TRAN committee. Now, as we have been reminded today by our distinguished speakers, shipping is, of course, the ultimate global industry. And it is with the greatest of pleasure now that we introduce a video message from Arsenio Dominguez, the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by commending the European Maritime Safety Agency for producing such a rigorous and insightful assessment of the European Union maritime transport sector's environmental performance. This European Maritime Transport Environmental Report comes at a pivotal time for the global maritime industry. As you know, the momentum to deliver the IMO's revised strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, adopted in 2023, is building steadily. The EU's leadership is essential in these global efforts. For many decades, the EU has been a steadfast and proactive partner in advancing the IMO's environmental agenda, as exemplified in the report which is being launched today. The report offers robust data, thorough analysis, and practical solutions to guide decision-making on ocean policies and actions related to pressing issues such as preventing plastic pollution, underwater radiated noise, and marine biodiversity. This coincides timely with a renewed focus on the shipping sector's role in protecting the marine environment, reflected in the 2025 World Maritime Day theme, Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity. Importantly, it highlights areas where EU expertise can directly support the implementation of the IMO's GHG strategy, from the adoption of alternative fuels such as methanol and ammonia to enhancing energy efficiency systems and port infrastructure. But decarbonization is not only about technology, it is about people, and seafarers are at the heart of this transformation. As we introduce new fuels, systems, and technologies, we must prioritize training and upskilling, ensuring that crews are equipped to operate safely and effectively in this evolving landscape. This report highlights areas for potential further engagement with IMO and other stakeholders. Let us intensify our global actions for this global industry and continue working together to ensure safer, more resilient, and more sustainable shipping for all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary General of the IMO. Now, we come to one of the most anticipated and the most interesting parts of today's conference, which is, of course, our panel discussion. And I know that everybody has been looking forward very much to our panel discussions. We have expert panelists from very wide and diverse fields, and we're looking forward very much to hearing what they have to say. And just before I introduce the panelists and, of course, the esteemed moderator for today, let me tell you that if you choose to share on social media any impressions of this event or any comments you might have, we'd be very grateful if you would use the hashtag EMTER. Okay, so that's it. And now let me first of all call Roundtable 1, the Decarbonisation of Maritime Transport, Challenges and Solutions. May I first of all ask our moderator, Fotini Ionidou, the Director at DG Move of the European Commission, onto the stage. Thank you very much. And now, Mina Kivimaki, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport and Communications in Finland, Benito Núñez Quintanilla, from the Ministry of Transport in Spain, Eric Banel, Director General, Maritime Affairs, Fisheries and Aquaculture in France. From industry, Sotiris Raptis, the Secretary General of the European Community Shipowners Association. And from the port sector, we're delighted to welcome Isabel Rickbus, the Secretary General of the European Seaports Organization. And last, but trust me, by no means least, William Todds, the Executive Director of Transport and Environment. Madam Moderator, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. Welcome to the distinguished panelists. Indeed, we are going to discuss in this panel the question of decarbonization of shipping, which is the biggest challenge shipping is facing. We have seen in the EMTER report that when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, we are still at the 3%. Well, the situation doesn't seem to improve yet. We do have already solutions. Solutions exist, both in terms of technologies and also in terms of fuels. And what I would like to discuss with you today is what are the remaining barriers that we need to address and how we can move forward, taking into account, of course, the global regulatory context and the EU legislation. Also, the important question for us is how we, as EU maritime sector, can really benefit and be the front runners from this transition that Commissioner said we need to have maritime industry as strong in the future as in its past, while being sustainable. So, and of course, the global context doesn't help. Investments within this global context are difficult. They are more difficult when it comes to long payback periods. And in addition to that, we have this regression in terms of standards, global standards that we are seeing in the form of the dark fleet. And all this doesn't help our case. It's not directly linked to our discussion today, but this global context does have an influence. So I'm going to run this discussion through a series of questions, asking for some of you, but all of you are welcome, of course, to comment upon the discussion. My first question is linked to where do we stand in terms of, let's say, clean technologies and clean fuels? Where do we stand? How far advanced we are today? And I will start by industry, asking the industry, Sotiris. Can you tell us what is your feeling in terms of the orders of for new ships and retrofits? Can you tell us in which type of technologies and in which type of fuels the industry bets on?
Thank you, Fotini, and thank you very much for the invitation for the panel today. It's a great pleasure to be back in EMSA. I would start with the general question: how fast we can move forward to ensure that we stay competitive. what the Commission has been trying to do, and we support, for instance, the recently published the Competitiveness Compass, is to put the sustainability question at the heart of the competitiveness question. And this is something that goes across the whole EU economy. It's not only shipping. One of the main findings of the Competitiveness Compass and the Draghi report is that we're facing a huge, immense innovation gap vis-a-vis our main competitors in the global economy. In this regard, shipping is a success story for the European economy. The EU contribution to the global GDP, if I'm not mistaken, is around 15%. The global fleet, the European ownership of the global fleet is around 40%. The question for us is how we're going to maintain this competitiveness advantage, which is also a geopolitical advantage of the Europeans in the global supply chain. European shipping delivers in terms of energy security, food security, and supply chain security. For us, there is a clear answer. This only goes through the sustainability question. The sustainability, we need to become, we need to invest in clean fuels and clean technologies. This is the only way to stay competitive. And there are many ideas on the table. We need, first of all, enormous investments. The Draghi report found that we're going to need for the whole economy around 800 billion euros annually. For shipping, for European shipping alone, it's going to be around 40 billion euros annually. Where this money will come from. And this is not for the shipping sector. It's about creating and thriving and strong maritime cluster. It's about manufacturing the technologies we need, the clean fuels we need in Europe. We need to use this money generated, for instance, under the EU ETS. I mean, some people say that the system will generate around 9 billion euros in the full development of the system to support the uptake of clean fuels and clean technologies in Europe. We need also to provide certainty to the industry. I've got a discussion 2 weeks ago with a e-methanol startup based in London. They're running two projects, one in Spain and another one in Finland. And they were saying, apart from the fact that it's going to take them 10 years to complete the project instead of 6 years in the US, there is no certainty at that moment. They're halfway to complete the project. There is no certainty in the market because there is no mandate like the one that is in the Refuel EU Aviation to create certainty for the investors, to create certainty that it's going to be demand in the market for clean fuels. So we need certainty, and we need a mandate in any future revision, either of the Fuel EU or the Renewable Energy Directive. We prefer the Fuel EU to create this certainty. We also need simplification, and one of the targets of the competitiveness compass is to reduce the administrative burden, especially for SMEs, which is the backbone of the shipping industry, by 35%. And we also need the right skills in place. We cannot make it without upskilling and reskilling our workforce. Studies have found that we're going to need to upskill and reskill up to 800,000 seafarers by the mid-2030s. This is an immense challenge.
Thank you, Sotiris. You have already replied to some questions coming afterwards, but thank you for the good overview, and this is great to see that also the industry sees the sustainability and competitiveness going together. And I think we are going to come back to some of the issues you have underlined further down our discussion, but certainly the question of time and certainty for investments will come back several times down the road. On the question of the use of money from ETS by member states, we more than welcome what you are recommending, and of course we would be super happy to see that this money is invested properly in the maritime sector, although, as you know, we we are not commanding this centrally from Brussels, but we couldn't agree more with what you are saying. Isabel, now your turn. The question is, can you give us an overview of the investments that are planned in European ports today? We have some numbers in the EMTER report, like that we have 44 ports equipped with OPS. But what's more?
Yes, thank you, and thank you also for the invitation to be here. I'm also I think the EMTER report is a very good instrument to have like a state of play of how it's going. Indeed, at the moment, ports are investing a lot in OPS. I think the picture will be very different in 1 or 2 years' time. I mean, we see now investments in many ports involving massive amount of money put in OPS. And if I say massive, we talk for big ports or bigger ports, not the biggest, 100 million more and more than 100 million. I think Rotterdam even more than 400 million being invested. So that is taking place. There the port authorities play an important role, and we hope that it serves the ambition, so that then, and we are happy that in the Fuel EU there is an obligation to use OPS. But also there we see, and this is also the right of the shipping lines, if there will be other solutions, maybe there will go over in time to other solutions. For all the other fuels, I think we as ports are hubs, logistic hubs, and we are also hubs of energy. But we are hubs of energy not only to serve the shipping line, the shipping side, but also the economy and society. So that's one thing. Ports remain landlord ports. So we are not the ones, we are not the operators of all the fuel possibilities. What is important for ports is that ports work on their port readiness. So they see that the circumstances are there, that the safety of the bunkering for the different, so that you have pilots on that. So that is very important. What is, and I noted in the presentation of the report that we say the port expansion, the space that ports are expanding. There I would like to, because it's not only because cargo or they need more space because there is more cargo or whatever, the classic definition of more port capacity. For the future, there will be a need for more and more space in ports. And this is just linked to the energy transition. And it's a message that we have to make clear. I mean, all these, the new fuels, and we need to go on this energy transition, but they need more space because of lower intensities, more storage needs, etc., conversion needs, etc. So this is a message, and there as well, what can we do as ports, or what can policy do, is create this environment on that we have this social acceptance as well for this extra space, and that we, the permitting, that there as well, because I think this is also an angle of the whole energy transition, is to have a more easy permitting in port areas, and so that we can, at least if the demand is there from the shipping side, that also the producers of fuels are interested and can easily we can easily attract an investment, but we cannot be the operators of the fuel.
Thank you very much, Isabel. And indeed, in our upcoming port strategy, the part linked to the energy transition, which will be an important pillar. So we would really welcome any ideas that will help ports to be really front runners in this transition, be it space, permitting, etc. So whatever we can do to facilitate this transition, we welcome your thoughts on this. I'm turning now to William. Can you tell us which fuels and technologies, from your point of view, we should bet on, and which are those that are going to bring us close or reach our decarbonization targets?
Thank you. Thank you for asking me the $100 billion question
Yeah.
already. That's great. I'm very, very happy to be here, first of all. And I want to just say something before I start talking about take options. And that is that in the EMTER report, there's amazing news. And that is that sulfur emissions have gone down by 70% since 2014. I think that is such an incredible achievement. And I was talking to somebody during the break about the need to communicate the progress that we make. And I think we should really make a lot out of this. I started my career back in 2010. I remember this was not an easy discussion. It was not as if the whole world was applauding our efforts. Right now, we are on track to solve this problem. And I think we should be very proud of that. Now, let me make the bridge to CO2. I work for an organization that has engaged in transport decarbonization for more than 30 years. For most of those 30 years, the EU's approach was to wait for the IMO. I would say that we have seen a marked improvement in the interest of the IMO in decarbonization since 2019, which is precisely when the EU decided to finally take action on decarbonization. And before I answer the question on what is exactly the right fuel, because it's a very important question, let me say that what we have done in terms of introducing the ETS, FuelEU Maritime, and the AFIR obligations, this is the world's most advanced decarbonization framework for shipping. And when I travel to other parts of the world, including very advanced maritime nations, they are all looking at what Europe has done. And when they think about how they will move forward, they're looking at the European scheme as an example. So I think we can be proud of that too. Now, what the ETS and FuelEU Maritime do is they, in principle, in theory, they solve the problem because the ETS has a cap that goes down to 0 at some point, and FuelEU Maritime has a trajectory to 2050. That should also solve it. In practice, of course, that is not how it is going to be, because the market is going to go for the cheaper options initially. That's also the way the ETS works. And we have, in a way, we have not made the choices in the last few years. And so ports need to make investments. The OPS mandate is the power supply. That is very clear. But do you need to invest in methanol, in LNG, in e-ammonia, in bunkering facilities for biofuels? We don't actually have clarity on that. And my observation from working on other sectors, for example, the automotive sector, is that as long as you have many, many options, it is very hard for a complex ecosystem to make large-scale investments, because it is simply too great a risk for one port to invest in e-ammonia, whilst on the other side of the world, people might be investing in methanol, or on the other side of Europe. So I think going forward in the review of FuelEU Maritime, we need to offer more clarity. And then I'll conclude here. If you consider what the options are in terms of energy transition for shipping, electricity is only a limited option. Where you can do that, you should. Then you have biofuels, which is either it is based on wastes and residues and it is sustainable, but wastes and residues are not scalable. Or it is based on on food crops and other crops, and that is available in larger quantities, but I don't think many people in Europe would agree that palm oil, etc., are sustainable. So what remains as the decarbonization, scalable, sustainable decarbonization option is the hydrogen-based fuels, and I would say in particular e-ammonia and e-methanol, and both have pros and cons, and we can talk about that later. But I think that if we do not provide that clarity, these two technologies and fuel options will not take off because they require enormous capital investments, and nobody's going to take that risk if you don't know that this is the direction of travel.
Thank you very much. You have also anticipated one of my next questions, but I take note of your recommendation, and I'm really happy that you, as an important NGO in Europe, you do acknowledge the progress that we have made together. Maybe shipping is decarbonizing a bit slowly, but it's important to see the progress and so also for us to be able to project what is going to come. And I'm happy that you say indeed we have a very, very complete framework. We have been frontrunners setting up our Fit for 55. It was not always without difficulties when it comes to relation with IMO, but we are working also in order to make the global agreement happen this year. So it does prove that even when, as EU, we do take hard and bold decisions, we still look towards global standards and to drive the global standards. And I was really happy to listen to Arsenio, that has also acknowledged that this has also helped IMO. All right, thank you. Now I'm turning to our government representatives. What you would like to add, Mina, first?
Potini, and thank you very much for the invitation to be in this panel. Very happy to be here. I was very happy that you gave the first round of answers to the industry side, because I think when we talk about technology and the solutions that the industry want to pick, it's really their goal in that sense. But of course, from the government side, we need to create the environment for that. And I think we have a lot of building blocks in place for that now and for investment. And sometimes when you listen to a debate today, is that whether the competitiveness agenda is actually taking something away from the sustainability agenda. But I think it's actually might be the opposite, that now we put the competitiveness aspect to building sustainable solutions. I think that's the combination that we need, and also to help the industry then to get their bets right. It's not for us to make the bets. I think that that's also very important, that from the government side we keep the options open and the technological neutrality in our mind when we make the framework for future investments. But I'm also very optimistic. Well, I always say that when you are in the government, working for the government, you have to be in the optimistic and in the hope business, and also that you have to be very resilient to all the circumstances. But listening to industry and really seeing the maritime clusters in Europe and the technological development, I am quite optimistic, because I think this is one of the sectors that in Europe we can still be very much in lead. We have very many leading technological companies in Europe that are still providing very world-class, top-of-the-range solutions, and I think there's a lot of opportunities there for us. And I'm very optimistic also about the port sector. When I see, for instance, in Finland, one of our ports is really having the whole ecosystem developed around this. So in Turku they have solar panels, they use auto mooring, they use digitalization to reduce their energy consumption. The food waste from vessels is being used for biogas in Turku. So I think you really see that developments are there. And then I think one of the aspects actually the commissioner took up was also the use of data. And I think that's also something that we need to really focus on. I don't think that we have clean transition without digital transition. And when we see, for instance, the Finnish state-owned company Fintraffic, which is the VTS operator, but also the creating the maritime data space solutions, we really see now the reduction of emissions, the efficiency gains that we can actually get when we use data efficiently, when we share real-time data. So there's a lot of solutions coming up, and I think we are quite on the right road. But I still, of course, we have the work to be done. But I think we will come back to that in the next question.
Many thanks, Mina. And indeed, you're right. The digitalization aspect or automation aspect are also opportunities to harness both from the competitiveness point of view, but also from the sustainability point of view. And I think even if we are working hard to make a few things happen, like the European Maritime Single Window we have been promising for years, it will come. Now we are really also with the help of EMSA, and many thanks for their support. It will come. We are very close, but then we need to think it through, and maybe that's something we need to think also in the context of the maritime industrial strategy yet to come. Digitalization, automation, data. Thank you. Benito,
Jimmy.
your views.
Well, thank you first of all, thank you very much and I would like to say that I was going to say that I very much share this optimistic view of Mina, but I would rather say that I try to share this optimistic view of you. But coming to this technological crossroad we are, it could be that we be having 10 years on some predominant technology in the maritime sector. But if I was to bet in this $1 million question you asked, thoughts, I would say that it was going to be not only one technology. Because when we approach this problem of which technology is going to be predominant, we tend to forget that technologies are evolving and changing. I will try to explain that with an example. We've recently had a competition, public competition, for maritime transport, ferry and ro-ro cargo, from Tarifa to Tanger. This is a fully commercial service operated by two ferries, roughly 100 meter length. So it's not a pilot project, it's not a R+D project, not. It's a commercial service in which the offer of the company, which finally has been the winner, is based fully on electrified. It's based on batteries, and the main advantage of that is that of the price of the fuel. And it's been made possible by the evolution of batteries on ship. Does it mean that in some years old, a 20% share of the world fleet is going to be? It's going to be the case, but probably we will see different technological options at the same time. And this is one of the reasons for which I share very view what Mina says on the role of the administration. Our main role here is not that betting on the technology, because administrations, we are really bad on forecasting, really, really bad on that. Our business is not that of running businesses. No, we should have this level playing field, clear incentives and objectives. It's at the very large extent, I try to think that it is the way in which the EU, ETS, AFIR, and RED were designed.
Exactly.
And I think we are, in this sense, we're on the right track. We shouldn't steer one side or another. We should keep this pace. We may, in some particular cases, try to focus on some technology which, for some very specific solution, is needed of some funding coming from the public, but not at a whole approach. Not saying, okay, EU is putting all the X on e-methanol, or because it could be e-LNG. Why not? If you cope with methanol leak, you already have an infrastructure there, which is usable. You don't need to scale up an infrastructure for providing these kind of fuels. It's from the point of view of chemicals, of the particles that are combined there, is relatively easy, and you are already used to make use of this fuel. Why not? It is not the job of the administration on this side. And I guess, as a conclusion, I would keep the track on that and not try to pull ourselves on forecasting possibilities.
Indeed, thank you very much. Indeed, that is also the approach at the EU level we have taken so far to be technology neutral. And yes, as you say, as administrations, we are very bad in forecasting things, but the question is how we can facilitate the development so that we have the right fuels at the right price, at the necessary quantity. So, but thank you. I mean, I fully agree with what you said, both. Eric.
Thank you, Fotini. First, I would like to thank EMSA for this wonderful meeting, also for the report, which was very useful and very relevant to the works that we are doing both at the European and the national level. Then Sotiris earlier said that the European fleet remains very prominent at the global level, that we have to be concerned about competitiveness. Of course, you're right. But when I see this, I see that, of course, it's a key asset to European economy, to European sovereignty. It's also a question of responsibility. So we have also this high-level responsibility at the global level to set the target, and which is a very important point. So if I look globally, I see that the role of the states, the governments, is to, of course, and it has been said many times, provide a very clear, simple, and predictable global framework, a regulatory framework also, but objectives and targets at the global level, which we have been doing for years now at the national and European level, and we are fighting for this also at the global level in IMO. So this global framework, of course, must be as simple as possible, but this is what the state should provide first. The second role of the state is to accompany, to foster innovation everywhere and as quickly as possible. And you know, I'm in charge of innovation, of maritime innovation in France, and I'm very, very happy of that. This is amazing how people are inventing solutions right now. We are in period of history of technologies in maritime sector, which is really interesting. I meet startups almost every week. Some, of course, have eccentric ideas, not always very relevant. Some will die, some will win, and will set the solutions for tomorrow, and as it has always been in the history of science and technology. But that's a very interesting step. And so this is happening now. So for us, it's also one of our main roles to boost that and to be on their side. Well, this is the role of the state. The role of the state is not to choose a technology or to mandate a solution. This is not our role, and I would say that each time governments try to set solutions on behalf of the industry, usually it fails. Because it's not our main point of, I would say, of achievement. So we have to provide the environment, but we will not choose the technology. When I was in Singapore last week, everybody was speaking about ammoniac. It was very fashionable at that time. When I was in London, it was more about some methanol. And a lot of people came to me also to speak about nuclear power, because I'm French. I guess that nuclear power is supposed to be very fashionable in France. Well, but at the end of the day, well, we are not in capacity today to say which one will be the one for the future, and maybe there will be several ones, in fact, in the future. And I would like to highlight one single example. Maybe some of you will smile on this. In France, we support a lot wind-assisted energy, and we believe in that. And at the beginning of the story, people were a bit smiling about that. But if you think about it, wind is renewable, fully abundant. It's not a competition with another energy. It can be adapted to every kind of ship, to retrofit or to new ones. So it's a very fair and very relevant solution. Of course, it's supplementary. It's not, not for many ships. It's not the main solution, but it's one solution. And what is interesting is that we organized last year a big conference with Wind Sailing Pact being signed at the end with all the stakeholders. And if I cite this example, it's because it's a good methodology, I guess. We had the brokers, the shipbuilders, the ship owners, the banks, the financing assets, but also all the infrastructures and equipment sides behind, and everybody committed behind this solution. And so we had this big ecosystem committing itself towards the path of adapting technology in wind sailing and assisted wind propulsion. So this was a good example to follow. And if we are capable to foster this kind of ecosystem with all the stakeholders being together, especially all the ports, of course, we will be able to propose some interesting solutions. So we as states have to promote this kind of work by the industry. So we create the conditions but it's really the work of the industry altogether for all the value chain.
Fully agree with you, Eric, and thank you very much. And indeed, EMTER is bringing us some good news when it comes to wind. With I see 30 ships already have installed wind, and more, another 30, a bit less, in order to retrofit. So these are good news. Thank you very much to all of you. That was super rich. Let's move on because I have more questions for you. And my next question is about energy dependence or independence for Europe. Because in fact, one of the big problems we have been facing is our dependence on a few countries when it comes to fossil fuels. Now, we are engaging in a new era, and the question is to you how we can make sure that as EU we are not going to face a similar situation. Of course, the countries that are going to produce these clean fuels are not going to be the same probably, but how do we make sure that we do not fall in the same trap and be dependent again on a few number of countries? That's the first part of the question. And the second part is, how do you see the efforts that the EU is undertaking to scale up clean fuels? We have major auctions. Bea is with us under the Innovation Fund for Marine Fuels. Are we doing enough, and what we should be doing differently if we should do something differently? But I will start with you, Benito, here, because you are one of the countries that has a huge renewable potential. Do you have plans to become a major e-fuels producer? Is it part of your industrial strategy? And how our instruments, our current instruments, in particular EU Innovation Fund or anything else, can help you to achieve it?
That's plenty of questions.
A lot of questions and difficult to answer.
At the same time, I guess. Okay. Thank you very much for the question, but I would like to first of all give a framework of some figures of what are we talking about. I took some figures from the Energy EU, but some figures statistical handbook from the Commission, well, from Eurostat, and well, there's I need my glasses. Sorry. It's been 10 years serving EMSA. Well, when I came first here, I didn't need that. So, okay. For 2023, marine bulkers in the EU accounted for a total of roughly 40,000 kilotons of oil equivalent. From these tons of bunkers, Spain accounts nearly 1 out of 5 of every ton, 21%. Totals 8,350 tons, which equals roughly the tons of bunkers provided in Spanish ports, 1/5 of all of the EU, 97,000 gigawatts per hour, which is the total amount of renewable energy being produced in Spain. Roughly more than half of all the energy being consumed and produced in Spain. It's a huge amount. But it should be also be taken into consideration that to these figures, you should apply a ratio from 0.2, 0.3, which will be the conversion from electric primary energy to e-fuel. Okay, so it will mean that you need to make more than 5 times the total amount of renewable energy in Spain, which is one of the countries with the highest potential. That's the bad news. Good news, we still have plenty of renewable energy potential in Spain. But not only in Spain, because these figures of production we have now in Spain are only taking into consideration actual present energies and technologies, which is much more important. Solar panels from 10 years ago, from 5 years ago, were not the solar panels you have now in production in Spain, and they are not the same that you will be having in 10 years on. Same applies for wind farms, same applies for ocean energy related devices. So there's plenty of potential. We in Spain, we know that. We have plans, but most of these plans, some of them are already being mentioned. Those are being related with methane in Andalusia and Spain, need, which is something in which innovative fund could help, huge investment. That's the main need here, that of investment. For this investment, you need clarity on the way ahead. We are now in kind of a stalemate, which is not only happening to the maritime sector. It also applies, for instance, to the air sector, in which SAF production is in kind of a stalemate, in which producers are not making the investment decision waiting for the demand to be there. It's kind of a loophole. And frankly, I don't know how to solve it. If I had the solution, I would.
We thought the demand we have cleared with our regulatory framework, but apparently,
that's the point.
Yes, the actors are waiting.
Yeah, the actors
each other still.
That's on the point on the plans ahead and that on the security on the energy supply to the EU. You mentioned that how can we in the future be independent? I would put this question in different terms, which would be, could it get any worse? Because for at the time being, on this very moment, we are still dependent on Russia on a very, very large scale. And I don't want to put names, but the rest of the suppliers are not the kind of profile, really clean countries should be willing to be confident on. So, can it get any worse? I don't think so. So even when we don't have the full potential to become independent in energy terms, we still be far way better than we are now. And apart from that, the potential for renewable energy production is far way spread than the actual sources of fuel sources of energy. So once you have a scale up the investment and made it cheaper to invest, you will have plenty of options. Of course, well, not at the same rate, but solar energy all over the world. And same applies to wind. So the final picture of the situation, let's say in 20 years, 2050, 25 years on, I can hardly think that it could be any worse than it is now. So I'm really, and again, I'm sharing that with me, I'm optimistic on the future for renewable energy and the supply of renewable fuels in the EU.
Thank you, Benito, and for your optimism as well. But yeah, in fact, we are very low now in terms of what we have achieved in terms of dependence. I hope we will be doing better in the future environment, and yeah, that we have the right mix of production inside, and of course, let's say more diversified when it comes to external sources and countries. I will continue with government representatives still on this question because it's quite an important one. Mina,
Yes, it is, Fotini, and I very much just want to echo what Benito said. I think this is an opportunity and chance for Europe actually to build the dependence now, because we still have, I think, excellent resources and potential for alternative fuels. So I think this is the way to go. And if we have been talking in energy policy, I think for the last 20 years about building the our independence of third countries, unfortunately we didn't take it so seriously. But I think we needed also perhaps the geopolitical shock to wake us up, and now we are there, and I think everybody's taking it much more seriously. So this is also something that drives us now, and I think this is a really good chance. We see that we have the natural resources, we have the logistical and industrial foundations already in place to do it. So I also think that we are very much there. What we need, I think, from the regulatory and from the policy context side is really a consistent policy measures now. So when we start thinking about revision of the European regulatory framework, I think that will be perhaps your next question. But anyway, I think that's a very important thing to think about, that we keep the signals very consistent, and that the investment environment is stable in that sense, that we push this direction that we are very much on now, and use the EU funding. And I think Innovation Fund is a really good tool. But maybe we need some other tools as well, not only funding, but maybe that's the maritime industrial strategy is really also kind of a place to look into this as a whole, how we do this on maritime side. But I think as a energy side as a whole, I think we are now getting somewhere after many years of talking about this. Well, I'm looking at the country that I know best in Finland, that we have actually managed on the energy side to become more or less self-sufficient in energy terms. And I think so it's possible. But we have to work very hard.
Thank you, Mina. Eric, your views.
Thank you, Fortuny. Well, we all agree that it is a wonderful opportunity for Europe. We are fully dependent on fossil energy. Well, in the geopolitical context in which we live today, we all know that this dependency is a weakness. So yes, it's something we have to invest in, but it's not so easy, and it will take time because it's linked with the previous question. We don't know yet which kind of energy will prevail. So whether we should introduce or invest a lot in methanol, ammoniac, hydrogen. So I guess we have to explore these different solutions, but we all know that it will take some time, and that we have also to foster energy of transition between the two. So we have to be on these two sides. So to be on the short term, and to, of course, anticipate the mid and long term. And for this, well, there's only one solution, as we said earlier. It's to have the regulatory framework which sets the targets, ambitious targets, on which the industry will rely. So predictability and visibility, good signals for the industry. So that's something we need. But these signals will compel all the stakeholders to commit themselves, otherwise it will not exist. That's the first thing. And within this framework, I'm sure also that there's a place for the industry to commit. We have this discussion with CMA CGM in France. If we want to scale up, if we want the stakeholders to invest, we need also a long-term commitment, a long-term involvement from the industry. So of course the industry will go to the price. And we saw with LNG that it was a bit complicated because we wanted to provide LNG, but the ship owners didn't come to LNG first because other fossil energies were at lower price. And now they are more interested because the price is more interesting. So we all know that. We all know that the price will be also preeminent. But if we do not have this kind of commitment from the industry at one point, maybe for a percentage, but a part of the global consumption of energy. But if we don't have this, we will not be capable to invest for the long term. So it will be this compromise between the short-term vision, where price is, of course, the main key, and the long-term vision, where you need to invest and you need to provide also visibility to the other actors, the ones in ports, the ones in the industry that will be the providers of these new fuels. So we are on this line. So we need again to as governments to provide this context, this environment, but we need also people in the industry to commit.
Thank you, Rick. You would like to add?
Yeah, I would like to complement, share my perspectives on this. I think we are in a situation where investments in hydrogen-based fuels in Europe are not happening. They're not happening. We have lots of projects, but we have no final investment decisions. And even those projects that receive final investment decisions are then sometimes scrapped. And I think we can all hope that somehow this improves, but I think the reality is that it will not unless we change something. We currently have the Hydrogen Bank at European level, which is partially financed through ETS revenues. What we currently do is we give small subsidies to hydrogen production in an auction model. So what we're doing right now is you get 50 cents of subsidy per kilogram of hydrogen, whereas the cost of hydrogen is €6 to €10. Okay, so you have a very small subsidy for a very expensive product. Now, if you're a developer and you get that kind of subsidy and you don't have a mandate or a regulation that guarantees offtake, you are not going to make the capital investments that are required to do that project. It's just not going to happen. So you need to do two things in the long run. You need to, I think, as Exa said, you need to change the regulations to also put a mandate on the fuel supplier. But in the short run, you need to change the way you work with your funding instrument. And you need to use a fancy word, you need to de-risk that project. So how do you de-risk that project? We have an example, it's called Hydrogen Global. What they do is they do a double-sided auction. They say, we are interested as Hydrogen Global, backed by the German government, in buying a certain amount of e-ammonia. We guarantee to you that we will buy it for the next 10 years. Then the second auction, I see a lot of nodding, you sell it to the sectors that are interested. And so this gives a guarantee to the project developer that he can go to the bank and that he can carry on with the project and he can produce and sell. And then it also supplies the market with the fuels that they need. Now, of course, that means that as a government, you're taking on a lot more risk than you were before. And so here's an interesting difference between aviation and shipping. In the aviation sector, you have a mandate, a direct mandate on the e-fuels. That means that the aviation industry and the fuel suppliers there have a very strong interest in buying that fuel. So they'll be paying a lot for it. In the shipping industry, you have a different situation. You don't have that mandate, you have the multipliers. So they'll be willing to pay a little bit, but not as much. So this is kind of the way we need to start thinking about this. And we should be thinking about this in a European way, because if we do lots of fragmented projects and funding schemes in countries, we are not going to be able to compete with China and the United States, who are operating at a completely different level. And I think that also gets me to, and I'll be brief on this, on the point of technology neutrality. Of course, we can all agree that the government shouldn't pick winners. At the same time, whenever you create a legislation or whenever you put out a tender, you're making choices. And if you don't make choices, you're also making choices, because then the cheapest thing on the market is going to comply. So I think that you cannot escape an analysis of what is our technology and energy potential in Europe. And then I agree very much with the fact that in countries like Spain, in the south, but also in Finland, we have huge potential for electricity. It's actually the only thing that we can produce in Europe.
Thank you, William. I think Exa agrees. Oh, you want to come in?
Yeah, no, but maybe on the point, because we talk about the innovation fund, and I think it's also a bit what you were saying. You have projects, you have startups, you have pilots, etc. But it's the scale up to the market that should also be looked at when we look at financing. I think this is important because, for instance, if we talk about what we know then onshore power supply. We say, oh, but this technology exists, but the scaling up to the level to comply with AFIR, it's a complete other story. And I mean, saying a port has to enable 4 cruises at the same time, this is not, there is no experience, no ever where this is happening. So this comes with a lot of challenges, and also there I think we have to look at. If we look in the competitiveness compass, there was a mention of this competitiveness fund. It speaks a lot about manufacturing, but not a lot about the supply chains that comes. And this is also all these new fuels, etc., will come with more pipelines, with different supply chain that is there. And then for a mandate, I'm not sure. I think the demand is really driving the supply, and there needs to be, of course, we are with a myriad of solutions at the moment, and at some we hope that it narrows down. But there, I think there is also a kind of engagement, because I think it's very difficult for shipping lines, because they are used with one fuel, let's say, that has always, and they order it on the spot market, so it's another mentality. They will have to engage maybe more in predictability, and given a signal, this will be what we use, and maybe make a kind of more on a contract basis which fuel have to be used. So it's a bit a change, and this is not easy. But now to close and say we will only do, or in legislation, this or this solution, I think this would be a missed opportunity, because I see a lot of willingness with the shipping lines to explore different solutions. As you said, you go to one country, they say, or one continent, they are working on this, another continent on that. So let's not close doors, but we hope that this cooking thing, that soon it comes, it narrows down, and then we have to see that the infrastructure is here.
We move on? Or you want to like to do land?
Yeah, I think that we exaggerate a bit when we talk about so many solutions and so many ports. I mean, we have big bunkering ports in Europe. This is where investment should go. But anyway, I agree with you that we also have to deal with a change of mindset in terms of planning. When we talk about new fuels, new clean fuels, it requires a lot of planning. And we also need to take into account special characteristics of different segments of shipping. I mean, ferries, for instance, or container ships have a fixed itinerary. It's not the same for the bulk carriers. So we need to figure out a strategy there to facilitate all segments of shipping. And of course, it's important for us, again to repeat, we need a level playing field. Once IMO regulations are in place and agreed, we need to think how to align EU regulations with international framework. But I agree with William, we have a good framework. But let's be honest, it's not complete. And we don't need to invent the wheel. We just need to check how other sectors made it over the last 15 years in Europe. We've got the ETS system in place, but it's not that the carbon price of the ETS incentivized or pushed for the decarbonization of the power sector. It was the Renewable Energy Directive. The ETS works hand in hand with strong mandates for the energy providers. And this is missing in shipping. Let's be honest about it. The aviation sector has the same. The road transport has the same. They have clear mandates and a clear pathway. And I'm not saying that we should narrow it down to one fuel or two fuels, but we need a signal to the market. And what the fuel suppliers are saying now is that they're missing the certainty in the market. This startup I mentioned before. They go now and they're trying to complete their projects. They cannot find money. The banks don't give, and the investors don't give them money because there is no certainty in the market. We don't need to invent the wheel. We need a strong mandate in the Fuel EU Maritime. We also need investments and public support. It's not only public money, it's also private investments. One of the figures I picked from the competitiveness compass, we talk about startups. The competitiveness compass made an analysis of the financing part for startups. It's only 5% in Europe, compared to 55% in the US, compared to 40% in China. We're losing the competitiveness and innovation battle, and we need to invest. One of the solutions, the Innovation Fund. But it's just little of the ETS money that goes to the Innovation Fund. We need to convince the member states to pool resources and use the Innovation Fund.
Convincing if you hear.
The auction assessment.
Be my guest.
I mean, there are countries that made it in the hydrogen bank. In the last call, they put more money on the table to benefit the companies of their own countries. We need to think about the solutions and put the money on the table with mandates, investments. It's a good signal from the Commission that they published the special call for shipping fuels. This is a very positive message to the market. It's also a positive message that member states put more money on the table, but it is too little. And there is an opportunity there for Europe to increase our energy dependency. We forget that the environmental policy in Europe didn't start, it wasn't the outcome of protests on the streets in the 70s. It was the response of Europe to the energy crisis, to the oil crisis. For us, it's a matter of security to produce more renewables in Europe. And there is an opportunity also to build again a thriving cluster in Europe, manufacturing of clean tech and clean fuels.
Fully agree on your last statement. If I may just comment on two things. First, indeed, we are going to prepare this year what we call a sustainable transport investment plan that is going to look at the question of developing roadmaps for each transport mode and fuel type, and also is going to look at this question of which type of instruments do we need in order to really manage the scale. So that will be the instrument, and one of the focus will be on aviation and maritime fuels, but all transport modes will be covered. I acknowledge that we did follow a different approach between aviation and maritime. There were good reasons for this, especially what you have just mentioned, that maritime, there is not one size fit for all solutions, and of course, ships can bunker everywhere. But we are examining because we more and more listen from different industry segments that a mandate would be necessary. The challenge is here is how we can conceive something that remains technology neutral, and we will be discussing this. But I have a few more interesting questions, and time is running because you have plenty of ideas. So on the question of the EU regulation, we have seen the first effects. Emission trading scheme, it's 1 year, and Fuel EU is starting now. And I would like to hear your thoughts on the impact it has made, and also your thoughts on what needs to be changed. I heard both from your side that one of the things we need to consider clearly in the review is the mandate for fuel suppliers. But I would like to hear your thoughts if more things need to be done. Of course, there are review clauses. We are going also to examine IMO and what is going to come out of it. But do you have any other thoughts on how effective is today what we are seeing in these early days, EU legislation, and what needs to be changed more than what you have already said? I start with you.
Yeah, I'm hesitating because I have so I of course have a list of things that I would like to change to FuelEU Maritime. But I think one of the issues that hasn't been discussed or mentioned yet is the ongoing debate at IMO to create a global regulation. I think this is important. So on the one hand, we're talking about a global levy. I think if that happens, I think that will be undoubtedly a good thing, and there will be discussion about how to align that with what we have in Europe. But I think it is not so complicated. I think the other discussion on the green fuel standard is going to be very, very complicated, because we have a set of rules in Europe. We have an energy policy, including on alternative fuels, that dates back to the mid-2000s, that has been adapted several times because we learned a number of lessons about what types of fuels we think are desirable and what type of fuels we do not think are desirable. And we are right now debating with the rest of the world, with Brazil, with Indonesia, with Malaysia and Saudi Arabia, what type of fuel standard we will apply at global level. Now, perhaps Europe is very well organized and very impactful and very powerful, and we will have a deal at the end that is 100% aligned with FuelEU Maritime, but I doubt it. I doubt it, and I am really very concerned about this. Because one, how are you going to deal with a parallel global framework? Two, how are you going to deal with enforcement and fraud? All these fuels, all these clean fuels, they're all dependent on the certificate that is attached to them. Because the difference between used cooking oil and palm oil is the certificate issued somewhere in Southeast Asia. And so I would really, I'm now talking in particular to the governments, and we will talk to other governments as well, but I would really urge you to be very, very careful about what you agree there, because if we adopt a deal that is not aligned, we are heading for a very, very difficult discussion at European level. And I think that, I think that would be a bigger priority for me right now than telling you that you have to change, that you have to improve the transparency in FuelEU Maritime. You also have to do that.
We hear you loud and clear. Of course, you understand it's a big negotiation and we need to take it by steps. And I don't think we disagree on the ultimate objective that we want to have really sustainable fuels agreed at the IMO level. But we have to take things step by step. Now, on the EU, do you have any input, or we can move to the IMO question? Any further input on the revision of the EU?
I think it's good to highlight that industry and civil society, in principle, we agree that we need to consider an alignment of the EU regulations with the new IMO framework. This is really important. This is really key. We need a level playing field. And of course, we need to see what the agreement will look like, but I wouldn't preempt the outcome. I would just highlight that we are on the same page that we need to see a level playing field. What we need to see changed in the EU regulation, we mentioned it before, how to incentivize investments. From our side, and again, I think we agree also with the environmental organizations, we need to spend as much as possible to manufacture clean fuels, at least 40% of the clean fuels and clean tech needed to achieve the targets of the FuelEU in Europe. We're saying that we need to use this money generated under the ETS from the contribution of the shipping sector to support a thriving cluster, clean tech and clean fuels in Europe. And let's also set some targets. I mean, we will go nowhere if we don't have a clear pathway and clear targets in place. ENSIA, we've got 40% in ENSIA for batteries, for instance. Why not for the production of fuels and clean tech in Europe? And to match supply and demand. I think this is something we need to consider seriously. And to see also if I don't know if it requires change in the regulations, in the legislation, but again, we need to see more of these new initiatives, the auctions as a service or grants as a service, to organize better the spending of the money of the national revenues of the ETS as well, in a more coherent way. And we have started now with the calls of the Innovation Fund and the special call for shipping fuels, but we need to see more, and we also need to consider if the auction works out. And there we need also your experience from other sectors, William, whether an auction can work out and give the incentives needed for the production of methanol, for instance. But there is clearly an opportunity there. The message we get from our members is that we've got front runners. We've got companies investing in new ships using clean fuels. There is clearly no availability in the market, not only in Europe, at international level. And there is an opportunity for Europe to increase our resilience, independency, and industrial capacity.
Thank you very much. Let's move to the IMO question.
If I may,
yes, please.
Just on Europe.
2 hours for the panel.
First, the global framework and the European framework must be aligned. We agree on that. After that, we will go to IMO, and of course, the key question is to know what's the balance between the two. But if I speak only on the European level right now, I will say that it provides the setting, it provides the targets that we were speaking about earlier. So we can rely on this global European framework to set incentives to the industry. On this, and especially when you look at the timetable, with this capacity to increase the energy mix by 2030 and 2050 with biofuels and, of course, with the e-fuels in the future, this is the trajectory, the path that we need. So on this, I guess, of course, we can speak about transparency and many amelioration or improvements in the regulation, but I guess the main basis is in it. One word on financing. I would say 3 things. The first thing, financing is important, and whether it is at the European or the national level is not my main concern, but we have to make sure that this money is really used for maritime transition. And when I see the figures, I can see that some of the money at the European level, of course, because you are compelled, but at the national level is not always used for maritime purpose, and it helps to do something else. So yes, we have to make sure that the money goes to the maritime transition. Secondly, we need also not to focus only on innovation, but on scaling up. It has been said several times, but we are quite good in Europe to finance innovation as itself, and we do it in France as everywhere. But we are quite bad when the technology has to come from the innovation process to the commercial process. And sometimes I see a lot of startups going to the States or elsewhere because the environment is more favorable to them. So on this, we have also to provide financing to the scaling up, and not only to innovation. And so that's maybe the link with the maritime industry strategy, or the industry strategy the Commissioner targeted earlier. And so, well, this link between the two is important. And third, but you said it, is to finance manufacturing in Europe. Yes, I strongly believe that, whether in Spain or elsewhere. I was in Corsica just 2 weeks ago because we financed a training ship. Well, it's quite a small one, but it's powered by hydrogen, and hydrogen is just powered next to it with a solar plant. So, well, that's very nice ecosystem that we finance there, and of course, it's small scale, but it's really what we want for the future. And so on this, we have also to be present.
And Eric, I cannot agree more that our challenge is scaling up, and is also what we have seen in the Draghi report. That's something that has been also very much the focus of the competitiveness compass that the Commission has adopted last week as a follow-up to the Draghi report, and we are including in this sector facing this challenge. So many thanks for your thoughts. But and okay, of course, when it comes to the review of EU legislation in connection to the IMO, of course, as you all know, there are commitments in place in this legislation that say that we need to analyze it, and then after this analysis, to the extent possible, the idea is to go for alignment. But before we are there, we need to make sure that we have a good agreement in 3 months' time. And Barbara, that is working on this, is with us. Let's discuss a little bit what are the prospects. How do you see things that we are going to manage to have a good agreement at IMO? We have been working hand in hand with all our member states, and we have made some very, I would say, important progress in that we have managed to submit together with another 24 co-sponsors, including ICS, a submission supporting the levy. We know that this is one of the most difficult things we are going to debate, but very important for us. Let's see what is the outlook, how we can make it happen, and if we need to do something more when it comes to our outreach efforts as EU. And I will start by you, Mina.
Oh, thank you, Fotiene. This is, I think we have already been very much in the IMO process.
Exactly. We are going
you
back
can't
and forth.
really avoid
Yes.
it, because I think, and I agree with William, that I think that we need to really, this is the thing that we need to concentrate our energy now. And then we have to look at the EU regulatory revision after that, perhaps. But it's really taking, I think the next months will be a crucial time for us in IMO. And whenever I get kind of desperate with IMO process or the progress made there, I always look back at the kind of past successes. And actually, one of them was mentioned already, the sulfur thing is one of them. And I think also other issues that finally, the ballast water management was mentioned earlier. Lena took that up. I think I always kind of reassure myself that in the end, in the IMO, we manage actually to reach a deal, a compromise. It might not be perfect. Many things are not in this life. But anyway, I always kind of find myself encouraged by that. But you might say that perhaps this GHG framework is more complex, even more difficult. It might be. There are so many politics involved, and I think it's also, of course, when you talk about the economic measures, it's always very difficult. So it's not only technical negotiations, but it's both, and it makes it really, really complex. So I think there's a lot of hard work ahead of us. We have managed to make progress, as you said, and I think it was also very nice what Arsenio said in his video message, that EU has been really an engine for many good progress in IMO. So let's keep that up and be very determined, I think, in the next phases. I think we need to make outreach a lot, because we need to, I think, not only talk with each other, with the other countries, other states in the IMO, but also convince them about the necessity and maybe also to convince them that this is worth doing, that the kind of they are worried about the increasing commodity prices and things like that. And I think they have a reason to be, so that we need to really also very much engage with them and convince them of the redeeming qualities of global system, global regulatory framework, global levy. And I think levy would be really, really number one preference, to have it a global levy. And then to have a really also, I think what is important, that we have a clear and transparent method of calculating emissions from the IMO and evaluating different fuels on global basis. So I think we need to have a good framework in the IMO, and we have to work for that, and we be ambitious about it, be very strong in our messaging at the moment, and try to be the force in the IMO, and I know our colleagues are working very hard. Maybe on the outreach, perhaps our colleagues that are doing the negotiating process would perhaps sometimes need also political backing. I'm just thinking, I don't know, but maybe this is something that we need to think together, if there is kind of raise the level of negotiating power in that sense, that sometimes you need to engage with others on a political level as well, perhaps. That's not very much done in the IMO. It's normally that the experts are there, but sometimes I think we need to think about that perhaps in the next stages. So raise this issue higher on the political agenda, perhaps at some point. There still might be setbacks on our way during the spring, but let's not be discouraged by that. I think we are very much needed to keep the process going and alive, and if we stick together and we really, I think, also take an open mind and an open ear towards the others in the process, and I think we have made a good progress. You said, Fortini, that it's actually a very big diplomatic feat that the levy proposal is supported by so many. But let's not be deceived. There is a significant opposition still around the tables in the IMO, but it's a really good step forward. So I think we are in a good landing zone at the moment, but a crunch time and really difficult. And I think hard-working times ahead of us, but let's keep it up. And from the European side, I think we need to really keep our strength in the negotiation.
And I fully agree with you. There are two ingredients that are absolutely important. Is European unity, and we have been very united so far. Let's keep it up to the last moment, even during the time of MEPC, where things are going still to be negotiated. And the other thing is, as you're saying, having an open ear to the requests of the other countries so that we are able to embrace and find a compromise. And colleagues have been working very hard also from different member states to try to do the outreach towards the other part, because the compromise will come between us and the other blocks. So, and they have been working really hard doing all this outreach. So let's keep up the good work. Maybe I invite you also to take you. Yes. Words.
I remain as an optimistic on this spring MEPC, mainly because from the perspective of someone that was on summer 2023 on first day of the Spanish presidency, dealing with the negotiation of the revised strategy, and I was there, and I think we got some momentum there. My fear here, Mina, is that of how good could be to get this topic of the next MEPC high on the political agenda. For the time being, I don't know, more technically, we are in this both technical and political sphere, let's say, no? So from this point of view, it's much more easier, this from my perspective, to try to convince someone with arguments, with open ears. Okay, I guess what you say, price of commodities coming from Argentina, from Chile, from Peru, yeah, I know what you would. I understand your concerns, your fears. We cannot try to make final solution for you to deal with that. But when this is, and that's my main concern in view of the next months, when this is made of a matter of political struggle, you face the risk of, getting the discussion out of these terms of, you have these concerns, these are the measures, let's try to match one another. I'm thinking of a very high political agenda topic of, we are against or in favor of, and I don't know if it's, that's my fear here. Apart from that, I say I somehow are optimistic on we are really bad forecasting anyhow, let's say. Really. But for the time being, I don't feel like it is going to derail.
Yeah, maybe it's better that we operate under the radar of politicians for this.
Yeah.
No,
question.
no, it's all about determination. And if you look at the previous year, actually, we reached an agreement on the roadmap, and a lot of people told us before that it was impossible. But well, we agreed on the targets, of course, with some, I would say, fantasy and some sometimes little feuds. But well, at the end, we reached an agreement, a global agreement. So it was quite unexpected for those that thought that at the end there would be a big fight between the Occidental bloc and China and some other countries. But yes, now we have got a roadmap. So the real target of MEPC 83 will be for all European states to reach agreement on measures. There's a growing consensus on some measures, not all measures. So yes, we can be reasonably optimistic on this, and I'm sure that we will reach an agreement. Which kind of agreement we don't know yet, but it's the principle. But on this, yes, we can be sure that we will reach an agreement on some measures. The main concern I have is more about the financing, because we can see that we are still quite far from an agreement on a financing tool, whether a tax, a levy, or market-based measures. But in any case, we can see that we're still away from that. And that's, of course, a big concern, because we know that if we want to bring the developing countries with us to put them on board, we need money.
Very important.
And so that will be a big issue for the implementation of the measures if we do not have this money. So that's a concern for us. That's a concern for Europe, of course, because we will have to put this money ourselves if it doesn't come from the global level. And I'm sure that there will be a lot of volunteers in the next years. The last point, of course, which is the critical point and William told us already during the last question, is to know until which point we are ready to accept a compromise. But we want to compromise. We know that the European system, though we may think it's the best one, it's a universal one, it's a wonderful one. Of course, we know that it will not be the one prevailing at IMO. There will be some change, and we will have to accept a compromise. So yes, the question I was with my UK counterpart, Rania, last week, and we had this discussion until which point are we ready to accept this global agreement. Well, I've no answer yet, no definite answer. We will see, and it's part of the negotiation in any case.
Yes, and I think nobody has so far. So yeah, we are going to see in the course of the coming months where we are going to land. But it's clear that what we want is one, that we have an agreement in April. Is important to kick off the transition, and that the agreement is ambitious and coherent with what we agreed in the strategy. These are the conditions for us as Europeans. You wanted to come in, Isabel?
Yeah, no, just I think, yeah, what is the point where what we can accept? I think it's very important to get the momentum and have an agreement and push it as far as possible if we can, but maybe not too far not to have the agreement. Because we have seen, I mean, as Europe and we as European ports, we very much support the ambition that Europe has to be a front runner, and I think we have to keep this ambition, but we cannot be inward looking only. I mean, it remains that maritime is a global business, and I always say ships can move and ports cannot move. So this is a fact, and we have seen with the EU ETS that we, we can have the adverse effects, and it's going on. So we hope with an IMO agreement, at least it will maybe not be what we want as Europeans in a way, but it helps in closing the gap. I think what is important is just if there is an agreement that we are maybe happy, but that we are not resting on our laurels and try to push further as EU in the good direction, I think. And then I think for the EU ETS and the global agreement, that there is as much as possible alignment between the two. So that we think it's important. And also one thing maybe as well, if we talk about like safe bunkering protocols, etc., to also their work in a global context to avoid again like two systems or That's it's because it's a global sector. So
Thank you very much. You want to come in, please?
Maybe I'll make three short final points. I have a team working on IMO. We have several people working in London and also reaching out across the world together with civil society. So we have an interest in a global deal, and I think there's a great desire to show that even though Trump is now in power, we can still make progress on climate action. That said, I do think it's extremely important to clarify your red lines, and I think to clarify that you will not align with whatever the IMO comes up with. And this actually is also just basic negotiations. Like if you say we're going to align with the compromise, well, that gives the other side a lot of leverage. I think it's either coexist. If it's not at a similar level of ambition, it's coexistence. It's either alignment or coexistence. And I think the rest of the world has a tremendous interest in having a system that is very similar to what exists in Europe. So that, I really need to insist on that. And I think on the red line, like one of the things is first generation biofuels. You just got to be clear on that. We cannot have first generation biofuels.
But that's exactly what we have always said. We need an ambitious agreement. This is a precondition. That's why there is this in our review clause is the analysis of what we have achieved before aligning. And this is also the message. And indeed, I think our partners have also an interest to have somehow an ambitious agreement because nobody wants really regional measures, but let's see. But that's why I mean, from our point of view, before starting the discussion of alignment, the most important thing that we achieve a good agreement in April, and then we are going to look at the next steps, of course, as foreseen in the legislations. Yes, please.
And it's something that we need to also keep in mind that we agree that we need meaningful measures to implement the IMO targets. But we should also bear in mind that the IMO target makes international shipping probably the only sector of the global economy with a climate ambition which is equal to the EU ambition to become net zero by 2050. It's very ambitious, and we need also to see ambitious measures in place. But both Mina and William mentioned the sulfur standard and the tremendous progress we have made in bringing down sulfur emissions. This happened because of international cooperation, because we managed to deliver an ambitious agreement at IMO level. I mean, the alignment, of course, should be considered as a matter of principle, though we should already agree that, of course, we need to see the measures, but we need to see the measures through this perspective, that we need to make, to create a level playing field eventually.
Okay, thank you very much. I had more questions, but we have 5 minutes left. So maybe I would invite you to do a few concluding remarks with your main takeaways and or 1-2 things you would like still to say in terms of recommendations to the EU policymakers. And then if we have still any minute left, questions from the audience. But this time I'm starting with you, Eric.
Thank you, Fetini. Well, my last comment will be on cooperation. I want to say that we will not succeed in achieving our goals if we do not have this close cooperation between the governments and the industry and the stakeholders as a whole. And for this close cooperation, we have to create as regulators the conditions for it to happen. And this is our duty. We have also different tools to do it. One of the first tools is the green corridors. We've got around 10 projects of this kind in France because of our sea territories also, which is a chance, especially in the Indo-Pacific. So this is good example of how we can organize the cooperation between stakeholders, ports, ship owners, workers, shipbuilders, and the state. But I would like also to focus on the roadmap that we adopted in France 2 years ago, and we updated it last year, because the roadmap was not a step forward by the state. It was a step forward by the state and the industry. It was co-signed, co-built, co-drafted by the industry and the government. And so we wanted it like this because we wanted it to be as close as possible to the expectation from the industry. And as I said, the industry as a whole, during the whole value chain. And this roadmap towards maritime decarbonization, as we call it, is very structuring for the whole industry right now in France. And so I would like this, or kind of this example, to be followed also at the European level, to have this global cooperation enshrined in something written. And I will say that in this roadmap, we try to draft different scenarios of the future. So we did not choose one, not yet, but we drafted along some of them, 6, between the different possibilities we might have according to the different technologies and the choices that will be made in the future. So that's interesting also to know within which scenario we will be in 2 years or 3 years, and with all stakeholders committing themselves in each of them. So this approach is pragmatic, quite efficient, and actually bring everyone on board. So that's a kind of key to the success in the future.
Thank you very much, and we would be grateful if you could share with us your last roadmap.
We will.
Once it's
and
available.
we will present it also in MEPC.
Hit. Thank you. Benito?
Okay, I will go with a... Sorry. You know, but I'm a naval architect myself. I studied naval architecture.
We know.
Many years ago. So many years ago that by the time I was studying in the university, we were supposed to go through a study planning that was designed in 1973, in the middle of the energy crisis, oil crisis of 1973. So one of the subjects we were to go through, to pass, and to be examined was that of marine nuclear propulsion. Because by the time they were thinking of that, they were thinking that the future of marine propulsion, 1973, was to be nuclear. Some years have passed. I won't tell you how many. And we are in a very similar situation, which is that of a time of changes. Time of changes involves uncertainty. And my message would be that of try to be optimistic in this time of changes. We have the knowledge, we have the capabilities in Europe, and for the first time in history, at least for the country I come from Spain, we have the resources, which is something really new for us. We get aside many years ago of the first industrial revolution. We don't have enough coal. We don't have oil, so by the time the development was based on fossil fuels, we didn't have them. But for the first time in the history of Spain, and I would say Europe, we have the resources. Maybe not all of them, but many of them, and the chance, the possibility to make something out of it. So I will say that we should be optimistic ahead, the view ahead.
Thank you very much for this message of optimism. It's good.
Yes, I would like to very much concur about the optimism, but also I would say that we need to really stay focused. I think we have our kind of plans very much there, and just to keep very consistent policy. And I think, and as I said in the beginning, that adding the competitiveness angle to the climate and environment agenda is a opportunity as well. So I think this is a good way of thinking of it ahead. And I think the plans that you are now making in the Commission are on the right track on that. Let's stay very focused in the IMO. Let's get the best deal, a global deal. That's what we need really for the maritime sector. And then I would like to say one thing that we didn't have time to discuss, but actually what Arsenio said, that one thing in this all change is also about the human element and the skills.
Yes.
And that will be really a very, very important part of our future job as well, to make sure that we have the skills to do this transformation in the sector as well. And I think in your strategies, you need to kind of look into that as well.
Absolutely. In all our strategies, we are going to look at the human element. This is crucially important, both for the seafarers, and we are also working with EMSA. We will be working with the port workers and the employers to have a good chapter on those, so that we are able to address. Without the human element, the industry is not functioning. So it's absolutely crucial. Fully agree. William.
Oh, let's end on a positive note. I think we have put in place a good framework. What is missing right now is investment in the supply of the fuels that the shipping industry needs to decarbonize. We actually will have lots and lots of money at our disposal in the next years, thanks to the EU ETS. If we use that money wisely, and if we upgrade our funding instruments, and we choose perhaps not one, but a few technology groups, and we spend that money in a coordinated manner, I think by 2030 we will be in a position to supply a significant part of the shipping industry with zero and very low emission fuels.
Very good. Thank you.
That needs to be in the clean industrial deal. But,
Yes.
I don't think the people writing that are here, so we take it.
Thank you. Isabel.
Yes, just finally, I think we ports are ready to be these hubs of energy, and I think, but we just have to be clear that ports are landlords. So, I mean, that I made the point, but what can be done? It's to that ports can have this enabling role. So the space is important, infrastructure is important, also basic infrastructure, pipelines. We also have new commodities coming in and out ports, also by maritime transport. So it will be even a new business for ports, for maritime. I think demand, looking at the demand, can have, and through dialogue, we can make this transition as efficient as possible, and also see that the investments are made where it makes sense. What I wanted to, because we always talk about climate and economic resilience, but we are also in a time of geopolitical resilience. And this could be in the whole discussion, we hope not, but also making it even more difficult, because as ports we will need to buffer, we will need extra space to prepare for this geopolitical resilience. So this is very important. And finally, I think we have to remain ambitious. We are all wanting to be ambitious, but we also need we can't look only inward in this sector, so we also have to see it in the global context.
Thank you, Isabel. And we are going to continue this discussion in the context of the consultations for the port strategy. There are plenty of roles ports are, yes, playing, and they are more and more crucial from every point of view. So, Tiris.
I think the point about upskilling and reskilling and the human factor is really important. And this is why we launched, with your support, the EU Maritime Skills Forum last month in Brussels, to bring together all the stakeholders, governments, trainers, the shipping industry, and discuss openly what we need to change as soon as possible to catch up with the green and digital transition. We were all in panels last year, and we were all concerned about the state of the world, and we were slightly pessimistic. I would say that we're not optimistic this year. Talking about the human element, we have seen an open attack on diversity. We have seen people saying that the problem is not the lack of diversity, and we are a sector that we need to do much more to increase, of course, diversity, but regulations supporting more diversity. We have seen an open attack on science, and people doubting about climate crisis. But for us, it's a matter of security, for our continent to stay competitive, to become more competitive, it's a matter of security. And we need to embrace change. We need to embrace innovation, and we need to stand up and fight for our values.
Very nice concluding remarks. So, no, thank you very much. That has been a real pleasure to be your moderator. I think there has been a lot of ideas brought on the table. I've taken good note of all of those. I understand we are between we are 5 minutes late, and I don't know if there are still questions. Maybe we can take one question if somebody is not so hungry, and then we close.
Okay, I hope we'll not go on at that point. Oh, here we go. Hello, hi. Actually, I have two questions, but I'll make it one, I promise. Glenn Cezanne, Head of Public Affairs EU for CHARN. CHARN is an association which brings around 300 plus members together for technological solutions in the electric mobility sector. So CCS2, you know, the plug that you see in all the vehicles, that's kind of our mantra. MCS, megawatt charging system. Some of you might know it. We work as well with regards to the, so to say, not export, but promotion of these European, but not only European built standards with third countries. So we work within the EU-US Trade and Technology Council. We don't know what direction that is going, but it's a different thing, but also in support and with the support of the European Commission with other countries. My question to you, especially in light of the competitiveness issue, or not issue, the ambitions, if I may put it that way, how do you see, especially as national governments, the way forward for promoting and guaranteeing the cooperation for these European standards on a global level? Thank you.
You understood the question?
Was fast.
Hey, I didn't hear it. Can I ask him to repeat it? Could you please repeat your question? Because in this side of the table, we haven't heard you. So it's very difficult to reply to a question.
Okay, I think I spoke a little bit fast because Portuguese coffee is very good, very dangerous. Anyway, my question is essentially within the scope of international trade relations, guaranteeing international markets, which also follow European standards. So MCS, the megawatt charging system, is that big plug, or CCS2, which we see vehicles, but can also be used for the maritime sector. Apart from what already exists in terms of these technological platforms like the EU-US Trade and Technology Council, within which we work as well in support, with the support of the European Commission, from the national government side, how do you think we could further promote these kind of bilateral discussions, but also what other instruments do you think could be used so to as promote the European technological, if I may call it, innovations?
Well, I don't know if I will reply correctly to your question, but when I said earlier that cooperation is key, that means that we have to be in this bilateral daily discussion with the sector, and we are actually. So our main role in this is to listen, to organize dialogue. Also, well, we first, of course, but also between the different parts of the industry, because some are talking more easily to the others, and also to boost, to incentivize the innovation like startups or new emerging actors. So we organize, for example, every month some innovation days in which we gather all the value chain, all the actors all together to put the light on some of them, like the wind sailing industry. And so it's very helpful for people to know each other, to have a greater knowledge on what happens, and to follow innovation in these different forms. And we like also to organize B2Bs between, for example, ship owners and some of these innovation actors. So I don't know if it's a good way to do it, but for us, it's the starter, and it's very helpful. And this ecosystem seems to be very active now. So at one point, the state is the fosterer, but at one point, the ecosystem is also working itself without the state, because it is well organized. But well, we are reaching this point where we are not always needed, and that people are gaining in capacity to do it themselves. But we will be very vigilant on the fact that the dialogue still continues.
Yeah, maybe just to say exactly, I think it's so important that we have this dialogue going on, and I think we are, from the national point of view, we are going to strengthen it. I think the industry has really taken a lot of responsibility over the standards, and maybe it's time to see what we can actually, from the government side, to do to support that more than perhaps in the past years. It's not been so much on the radar, but I think we should have it much more, because it's a really strategic question, not just a technical one. And I think to start with really talking with each other and understanding where we can actually then put our effort on to support this, I think would be the start.
Okay. We will stop here. I would like to thank you very, very much for the rich exchange today, for your time, your presence, and the big applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fontini. Thank you very much to our excellent panel. I know we all really enjoyed that discussion. We will be back for those watching us on streaming. We're going to go dark now until, I think, 14:30 Lisbon time. Okay, so 14:30 Lisbon time, 2:30, we will be back. So for those of us watching us on streaming, thank you very much, and see you when we return. For those not watching us on streaming, lunch is served upstairs. Thank you very much. Well deserved. Our panel cannot move yet because we need a nice photograph of you. So we're just going to get the photographers up here for one last photograph because you all did so well. We have to sort of immortalize this. And all your communications departments will strangle me if you don't. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a kind reminder that we are going to be starting to broadcast live very soon. So we would be deeply grateful if you would take your places ready to start the afternoon's proceedings, because we have a fantastic panel and some wonderful speakers. We want to run to time so everyone gets out when they're meant to get out and everything runs very well. We're looking forward very much to a lovely afternoon of debate and discussion. So I think we're just going to wait maybe 2 more minutes until everyone comes back from lunch. And then we're going to open the streaming and we're going to go live. So 2 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for remaining in your seats. Let's just see if anyone else is going to come in before we shut the doors. Because if you're not in, you can't win at this point. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to give it another couple of minutes just to be on time for our online audience. And just before we do, a couple of things. First of all, if any of you are wondering where the printed copies of the report is, an organization very much devoted to sustainability. We're very proud of our EMAS registration. As you go out with a QR code, you can scan to download not just the report, but facts and figures in 24 EU languages, all at your disposal. So that's the first thing. The second thing, we had a really nice online audience this morning, about 475 people turning in. So that was really good. Let's see how we can do this afternoon. And I think if everybody is ready, we're going to kick off with our streaming, and we're going to kick off with our second roundtable. And our second roundtable is one that is centered on pollution and the marine ecosystems, and it very much complements our roundtable this morning. And we are absolutely delighted to welcome our panelists. And we want to start off, I'm going to call the panelists first to the stage, and then we're going to introduce your moderator. So first of all, can I ask you to welcome Jana Friedrich from the International Atomic Energy Association, who's also on the EEA Scientific Committee. We are thrilled and delighted and honored to welcome Lydia Bulcão, the Secretary of State for Maritime Affairs from here in Portugal. The Director General of Mercator Ocean International, Pierre Barrel. I haven't pronounced that properly, please forgive me. The Secretary General of the International Wind Ship Association, Gavin Allwright. And finally, the Chief Executive Officer of Ocean Care, Fabienne McClellan. And can I ask you to welcome, please, your moderator? We are absolutely thrilled, I think this is your first time at EMSA, to welcome Humberto Delgado Rosa, Director of DG Environment to the European Commission.
Hello. Hi, Pierre. Jana. So, hello, everyone. I think we can start. I must tell you, I'm thrilled. Not only I've been leading or moderating a panel that deals with pollution and biodiversity, the topic I'm in charge on, DG Environment, but also returning to my home city and speaking at EMSA is a special pleasure for me. So thank you to our panelists. Let me just tell you a few words of how I see this EMTER and the discussion we'll be having here and how we will organize the panel. The first point is I do like this integrative approach of EMTER 2025 because it does look to the climate angle, but together with pollution and biodiversity. And you know, the Earth systems are inherently integrated. You cannot solve one of the problems without addressing them together. Second, not sure if I need to remind you, but pollution is indeed the fourth main driver of biodiversity loss. First one is land use and sea change. Second is overexploitation. The third, climate change. Number four is pollution, and number five, invasive alien species. So you see maritime transport has a bit to do directly or indirectly with a lot of this. So I think it's really good to have this report and allow us to understand better what's the environmental footprint of the maritime transport sector, because it does evaluate trends and challenges. It focuses on the maritime sector's role to achieve the EU's pollution objectives, notably under the zero pollution action plan, but it also allows to prepare what our Commissioner Jessica Roswald referred to today, which is this upcoming water resilience strategy, which is very much in our attention, that will not look only to freshwater, but beyond that. Now, I also think this EMTER reiterates the significant source of pollution that we know well, air emissions, of course, soil spills, ballast water, scrubber discharges, marine litter and noise that do affect, in the end, well, marine life and habitats. And you know, biodiversity is not only the provider of the ecosystems we depend on, it also lubricates the quality of those ecosystems. So indeed, very important for us as human beings. Now, what I hope we can get from your experience and brains here in this panel is your looks on how the findings of the EMTER 2025 get into your specific fields. But let me also just say, still on the EMTER, we know nowadays some advances, notably on monitoring technologies from drones to others, allow us to understand better pollution trends and gaps, but we also understand very well that some areas remain as gaps, actually, like airport quality and or the long-term underwater noise impacts on marine life and so forth. So I think this discussion that we heard also on panel one, adoption of green fuels, innovation, new technologies, collaboration, how can it also help for this more specific angle of pollution and marine nature? Now, we will discuss these critical issues. Let me just say, I will just say a couple more words on the panelists themselves, then I'll tell you a bit more the structure of the panel, and then we kick off. To tell you a bit more on the panelists. So, Janne Friedrich here at my left, she leads the radio ecology section of the International Atomic Energy Agency. So you sit at the Marine Environment Laboratories in Monaco. You're also a member of the European Environmental Agency Scientific Committee, and you have a PhD in natural sciences, and you are actually a marine biochemist with quite a lot of experience. Thank you for being with us. Lydia Bulcão, she is serving as Portugal's Secretary of State for Maritime Affairs since April 2014. She holds a degree in communication sciences, and actually she has a background as journalist, and previously you were a member also of the Portuguese Parliament representing the Azores constituency 2011-2015. Thank you for joining us. Pierre Bayurel, so since 2002, Director General of Mercator Ocean International, which has become a leading center for operational oceanography, providing global ocean monitoring and forecasting services, and entrusted with developing and implementing the European Copernicus Marine Service and the European Digital Twin of the Ocean. So very much on the monitoring and knowledge side. Gavin Allwright, so you are the Secretary General of the International Windship Association since its establishment, that was 2014. It's a not-for-profit group comprising some 200 maritime stakeholders working to promote and facilitate the uptake of will propulsion solutions in commercial shipping. And Gavin, you represent IWSA at the International Maritime Organization and the European Sustainable Shipping Forum. And last but not least, we have Fabienne McClelland. She is the Managing Director of Ocean Care since January 2022. The Ocean Care holds special consultative status next to UN bodies. So it's a partner in many international and regional organizations, and you, Fabienne, have spoken for sure at several UN meetings, and you actively follow the negotiations towards a global plastics treaty, and you have a master's degree in environmental science and sustainability. So now you know a bit more of our panel. Let me tell you a bit more of the panel structure. I aim to have two parts on which I'll launch the same general question to the panelists. I will ask you to use 3 to 4 minutes maximum in replies. You'll have a second round then, but I do aim to have a bit more time than in the first panel towards questions and answers from the audience. And if you don't throw questions at us, I'll invent my own questions to steer some debate among us. So in this part one will be more on your perspectives as panelists on the findings of EMTER. How do you look at them vis-a-vis your special interests and of your organizations? And the second part will be on your perspectives on the challenges, opportunities, and also the collaborative solutions to balance the economy of the maritime sector with pollution reduction and environmental protection. Let's start part one. So my question to all, and I will start with Jana here next to me. The question to all is, well, what are your views on what EMTER 2025 brings or implies to your respective areas of interest? Jana, you want to start? Please.
Yes, of course.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation to this panel. It's really a pleasure to be here and to share my thoughts on this. And thank you for the first question. First of all, we should welcome this report for its collaboration between two agencies, the European Maritime Safety Agency and the European Environment Agency, because marine pollution, or also the impact of maritime transport, is not only European, it's also a global problem. It's transboundary, and any look at it in isolation doesn't bring us forward. So this collaboration is really, really great that two agencies work together. Also, my view is that the different legislative or regulatory frameworks shouldn't be addressed in isolation. I think that's also one lesson learned from the report. Don't use them in isolation, but collaborate on the development, on the also on the implementation of the regulatory frameworks. Only in this manner we will be able to solve the problems. Let me give you one quick example. So one example is the sulfur exhaust. So the sulfur emission control areas brought a large decrease in the sulfur emissions to the atmosphere, which is a great step. It's fantastic. But used in isolation, it transposes the pollution to the water, because the scrubbers that were developed, the scrubber water is then exhausted into the sea. And we have not only the sulfur in it, it brings acidification in addition to the CO2 caused acidification to the sea. It brings also contaminants. It brings also polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. And with that, looked in isolation, it transposes pollution from one part to the other, which is in also disagreement with international legislation. So, for example, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea states or provides the duty not to transpose pollution from one to another. So the collaboration between agencies, between regulatory frameworks, but also European and international regulations is really, really important and key. And the EMTER report provides a really good example. So that's from this perspective. Coming to the environment, it is really important to have a sector-specific analysis of the impacts on the biodiversity, pollution, the seabed integrity, all the different aspects that we need to improve good environmental status. We as natural scientists, also from environment agencies, we are very good at pointing our fingers at problems. But what we sometimes forget is to highlight the benefits. The benefits that are achieved with the regulatory frameworks. So for example, what is the benefit of having these regulations? For example, originally I come from Hamburg. There's a nice picture. We can swim in port waters now. That's one of the benefits. Also, with less pollution, we have a higher quality in seafood, which is important for the seafood industry. So we have the benefits for the tourist industry. If our beaches are cleaner, if the waters are clean, we have a lot of benefits. And we need also, that's also a lesson from the report, we need to highlight the benefits. For example, there's many discussions about carbon credits and how to really have a good monetary value. Nature credits is really important. We need to work toward nature credits. So nature credits is used by some of small natural, not natural, but environmental parks as a financing mechanism. So we need to see all it in a big picture. It's not a systems approach, but it's also the approach between environment and society. So the social ecological approach. So that is, apart from the environmental aspect, really the lessons that's also learned from this report.
Thanks a lot, Diana. You touched on several interesting things. The one is collaboration. It also struck me to see two agencies together, but you know, in these phases where implementation is key and dialogue is kicking in, that's a very strong message. Let me also say integrated solutions also on pollution. If you take it from air to put on water, we are not really sustainable. And I wanted to tell you, I very much agree with this issue of benefits, cost-benefit analysis, and we are working on nature credits in the Commission, I can anticipate. Thanks a lot. I don't want to take too long as moderator, but I could not prevent myself from commenting this. But now your turn, Lydia Vulcan. So what strikes you in the report, please?
As a panelist, it's a great pleasure to be here at EMSA facilities in this beautiful city of Lisbon to speak about something that is very important for Portugal in our ancient heritage. We have a maritime heritage, and this report is a kind of a treasure for the ones who have to design public policies, because all the elements that are in this 178 pages, if I'm correct, it has a lot of data that is possible for us to better design policy and to address the problems that we all know we have to face. We have huge challenges ahead with the decarbonization of the economy and the environmental goals, but we cannot address any of these challenges without thinking of an integrated approach. And for that, it's essential to see the nexus ocean-climate, because for some decades we have been approaching policies on backwards, designing environment policies on one hand and maritime policies on the other hand. And the ocean is only one, and the climate is essential. So we have to address it in the integrated way. Even if we talk about maritime security, industry, innovation, technology, environmental protection, all of that has to be an integrated approach. And for that, I heard in the morning the Commissioner, you mentioned the Commissioner for Environment, saying that she's convinced the blue economy holds solutions to both ecosystem and economy. And for that, I add the maritime special planning that is essential to make this happen and to address the problems that we have. We have to regulate. We have to have better knowledge of the biodiversity and the marine ecosystems. So then we can translate that into policies that can grow up the blue economy. So all of this is connected, and the data that we have in this report are fundamental to do that.
Thanks a lot. You signal one thing, which is we can indeed stop the divorce in policy making and into multifunctionality. There will be some trade-offs sometimes, but a lot of win-wins. Thank you for your comments. And we move to Pierre. Pierre, your views.
Well, thank you to EMSA and EEA for this invitation, and congratulations to the authors of this report. Not only very well done, but super useful. And I would like to explain why. We at Mercator Ocean, we are modeling the ocean. We are monitoring the state of the ocean using three-dimensional models to develop a digital ocean using AI, using all these softwares. And over the last 2 decades, we have been able to generate this global real-time description of the ocean, able to also run in the past to see the trends, the sea level rise, the ice is melting, the acidity, etc. And couple this with models of biology to invite life in the ocean. So the reason why this report matters to us is that if in the first decade of Mercator we were happy to serve all the scientists, and they are there, still there. I mean, we have 100,000 of scientists everywhere in the world using our data. In the second decade, we've seen the entrepreneurs, operational guys, the state applications, but also the private sector using this data in different sectors of the blue economy, playing with this data on the environment. What is happening today is that the policymakers are using this, approaching this tool to guide them in their decisions for the ocean governance. And so there are two things that I can say to that. First, under the leadership of Portugal and other European countries, we are transforming the governance of Mercator Ocean to become intergovernmental, so that this digital ocean is in the hands of the governments as a tool for decisions. And second, we need to invite in this ocean human activities. It's a complete nonsense if you play with a clean ocean with was a love story between the fishes and the ocean without inviting human activities in this, meaning the stress caused by the climate, by the pollution, by degradation of resources. And this is exactly what is addressed in this EMTER 2025 report. And we need figures, we need data, we need all this information so to integrate this in our systems. And we need authoritative voices for that. Agencies able to say what is happening with figures and with an organization to generate this information. So I was so happy to read this report, because then I see, and it was said by the commissioner this morning, this report is a catalyst for dialogue. And we are now at the stage where we can really invite this information into our digital ocean, because we are ready. We were not 10 years ago, and because we've seen that we have some figures, some data that could be exploited. I will say later that it's not enough, but I mean I see with this report that we are able to reach something. We have been working with EEA and EMSA since say 10 years. We are together in Copernicus, interested entities. Mercator is interested for the Copernicus marine environment and also leading this digital twin ocean. And for instance, with EEA, we are working on the coastal area with EEA from the land and Mercator from the sea, trying to set up something that is interesting for the users in this area. And with EMSA, we were playing with this oil spill pollution. We providing the currents, EMSA detecting oil spills, and then together forecasting the drift of it. But we can do far more better today, and we have to if we want to reach the expectation. Remember, it was what? So in 22 here in Lisbon, we have the UN Ocean Conference. We will have the same in Nice this year. 100 head of states that will arrive just to understand what is the knowledge about the ocean and how they can, what kind of knowledge they can use to decide for ocean governance. And I hope that it's the start of something where we can work together with this information.
Merci, Pierre. So I take it again, data useful from entrepreneurship to policy setting, but this integrative approach that the EMTER with a grain of authority from the agency can help a lot. Thanks a lot. And Gavin, your turn.
Yeah, thank you, Roberto. And I just like to say that the EMTER report. I mean, we saw the size of the team that put this together, and it's really quite a massive report. Huge effort to create a bit of a baseline here, a real snapshot of where we are. I'd like to make probably 3 comments on the report itself. Firstly, I think the report very clearly focuses, and we're very focused on solutions. We're the technology providers in our association, and we interact with a lot of the technology providers. So we heard from the shipping industry, heard from the port industry, we heard from states. We're the guys that are actually bringing those solutions into play. And I think that the report very clearly shows us there is no technology gap. We've got the basket of technologies. It starts to be choices. And that's a critical thing at this point, is we make the right choices, or at least we try to minimize the wrong choices that are made. And I think that the report very clearly indicates progress and where the issues are coming through. And the second part of the report that I'm very pleased to see is a movement away from just looking at this as a fuel issue and looking at this much more as an energy issue within shipping. So, for example, the urgency that's required here is going to need energy efficiency measures, it's going to need voyage optimization measures, and the hardcore technology measures like wind propulsion, to buy us enough time to build out that infrastructure for the more expensive fuels and the heavier solutions that will be coming in the 2030s, 2040s. And finally, I'd just like to also welcome the report, because it really takes a holistic view of the impacts on our maritime world. So, of course, I take that from the perspective of shipping. Things like underwater radiated noise, total emission profile, not just the CO2, not just the CO2 equivalency, but pretty much every emission that we put into the ocean or into the air is some way a climate impacting emission. So that may be impacting biodiversity, which then feeds into the climate cycle. So that realization, or the embracing of that, not necessarily saying that we have all the solutions there, but certainly identifying that this is a very much a multi-point issue, and that we can't just fix one of these points, we have to approach and fix them all.
Thank you for the word holistic. That's even better than integrative, because indeed, there was sometimes some CO2 reductionism, but it's an important part of the problem, but not the only one. Thanks for that. And also interesting when you say there's no technology gap. It's a moment for choices. We also heard in panel 1 today how to do the choices. Is it technology neutrality or some clear signals to come? So thank you for putting the focus on that. And Fabienne, your turn now.
Yes, thank you so much for this invitation. I'm very excited to be on this panel and share Ocean Care's perspective. Well, first of all, we really welcome this report with its fully up-to-date information and comprehensive overview of the environmental impact of the maritime sector. It is this prime example of this factual scientific analysis that furthers the science policy interface. And it's now really important that conclusions are being drawn from it, especially to meet the objectives by the EU to meet good environmental status as required by the EU MSFT, and also that the conclusions are derived to inform the drafting of the Oceans Pact. Well, we have heard shipping is the backbone of global trade and the most cost-effective mode of transporting goods over long distances. But it also has the potential to become the most sustainable mode of transport. But currently its climate and environmental footprint is severe. So just touching quickly upon, again, the key pressures that we derive from the report on greenhouse gas emissions, where we see that shipping has worsened its climate and environmental impact in recent years. And it's implicit, as we have also heard from the panel this morning, that we need immediate action to reduce GHG emissions, in particular in reaction to the worrying news about the severe increase of methane emissions. With regard to underwater radiated noise, which is a serious problem, which is worsening as shipping activities increases, and it impacts a number of marine species found in the hotspots derived in the EMTER report. And it does not only impact whales and dolphins, it impacts all the species found in those areas. The good news is that EMTER concludes that mitigation measures such as improved vessel design and operational adjustments could significantly lower noise pollution. And in my intervention, I particularly would like to then delve further into the operational measures as immediate measure to alleviate some of these problems. The report, of course, also touches on ship strikes with collisions increasing in Natura 2000 sites and marine litter, where despite some reductions in marine litter from shipping, incidents such as pallet spills, lost containers and ship-based paints remain a very big problem. And the tackling the release of pallets needs to be really looked at from an entire supply chain approach. And issues such as stowage and packaging and labeling is really important with regard to particularly pallet pollution to prevent environmental harm. And there is an example that has been mentioned a couple of times already by previous panelists that is really such a success story, which is the significant reduction of sulfur oxide emissions from shipping by 70% since 2014. And this is a clear success story for regulation. So from Ocean Care's perspective, we really want to demonstrate that only really through mandatory measures, significant progress can be made and create the level playing field that has been mentioned this morning by the Commissioner for Sustainable Transport and also the colleague from the industry. And we see a long overdue opportunity, particularly with regard to regulatory measures to slow down ship speeds with multi-environmental benefits. So this is an operational measure with a proven cost-effective measure that can be implemented immediately. And with the multi-environmental benefits of reducing CO2 emissions, underwater noise pollution, and also reduce the risk of collisions with marine megafauna.
Thank you, Fabian. You've seen all the win-wins, and it's interesting because Jana also referred to this issue. Regulation in the end, is it welcome or not? So we have a lot of debate on simplification that some perceive as deregulation, but in the end, the point we can return maybe later on, there seem to be also some benefits on regulation, especially for these areas which are still quite problematic, like noise you referred, greenhouse gas emissions, pellets, and so forth. So this was the first round. We'll go now to a second round, still with the panel, but prepare your questions. You'll have a chance to throw questions at us. There's in the second part, and I will start now on the reverse order, maybe starting by Fabienne again, which would now be your views on, well, challenges, you touched a bit, but also the opportunities and also the collaborative solutions that can be brought in to address marine pollution with this view of balancing the economy and the environmental targets and goals we do have as EU. Fabienne, you want to elaborate a bit more on this angle?
Yes, I will be
Go
very
ahead.
happy to join from the previous point made. Well, when we look at the core challenges, is that these environmental pressures don't work in isolation, as has been mentioned previously. They work cumulatively and synergistically as well. But there are solutions to each of the problems. So some are technological, the others are operational, some are for immediate applications, others are sort of in the medium to long term. But drawing again from the operational measures, this would be a measure that can be implemented immediately and is cost effective and has this multi-environmental benefit. And the core point, it really is that they need to be mandatory, because if they're being voluntary, it will not get us there with the speed we need to achieve, given the crisis that the ocean is in. It also benefits this crucial level playing field that has been mentioned before. So it really creates this environment that is, and the framework that is providing this predictability required by the sector and the effectiveness and efficiency to have this competitive advantage. And by being mandatory, it then also ensures that it applies to every single company, reducing disadvantages that could be a competitive issue. So really simply put, if everybody plays by the same rules, this avoids generating competitive disadvantages among companies. And so when looking at a concrete example with regard to underwater noise pollution and the reduction of speed, there are studies that have shown that basically it's this recipe for success. If by reducing vessel speed, it reduces emissions and it reduces carbon as well as ocean noise pollution and the risk to collide with large marine megafauna. So it has been calculated that reducing vessel speed by just 20% could cut CO2 emissions by up to 24%, reduce underwater noise by 70%, and decrease the risk of fatal whale collisions by up to 78%. So these are striking figures that show that these operational measures, when applied immediately, are very cost effective. And also the EMTER report recognizes by applying technological and operational measures such as speed reduction, indeed underwater radiated noise can be mitigated by up to 70% between 2030 to 2050.
Thank you, Fabienne. So I see you do focus on these solutions that address a challenge in a synergetic way, and in this case, win-wins, a level playing field, efficiency, but a bit of mandatory rules to help. That was the message on this specific case of noise. Thanks. I'll pass to another speaker. Let me now mix a bit the order. Maybe Jana, you're silent for a while. Maybe you want to pick it up again at this point. Go ahead.
Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, the challenges are not only for the environment. The challenge is how to achieve the good environmental status, and we are facing multiple pressures. So it's not only pollution, it's also the ocean acidification. Invasive species is another pressure, and on top, the global warming. So having all at the same time is really a challenge for the marine ecosystem. But the maritime sector faces also multiple pressures. We have to acknowledge that. So it's not just the energy crisis, it's also the political situation, all the economic situation. So we need a collaboration between the regulatory frameworks, but also with the stakeholders for the maritime sector. That's an opportunity and a challenge at the same time, because all collaborations take time, and time is a precious good, but it's the only way forward. And only if we together, or if we aim at together developing regulatory frameworks, perhaps that might be a pathway to success and to commitment. And also a challenge is, but it's probably it's necessary to when we look at alternative fuels, which we heard in the morning. So the LNG powered vessels, for example, they reduce the CO2 emissions, but at the same time, the emissions on NOx and methane grew. Well, the emissions are much lower than CO2, but for the N2O gas, for example, only a small fraction has a much higher warming potential than CO2. So for N2O, which is part of the NOx gases, it has a 273-fold warming potential compared to CO2 on a 100-year time frame. And it's about 27 for methane. So just a small fraction of emissions cause the same effect. So let's not just focus on the CO2 emissions, but also on other emissions that might come along with new fuels. It's not to say we shouldn't have them, but be attentive to other pressures that might come along on the way. On the other hand, the EMTER report is really beneficial because it gives the opportunity for supporting other regulatory frameworks. It provides really crucial input data for the zero pollution framework. Really crucial for the biodiversity strategy to 2030. It's really important. To all the many other directives that have been mentioned this morning, this ship source pollution directive or a port recipient directive, it really adds important information. But on the other hand, these regulatory frameworks are only powerful in the case if we have monitoring commitments and if monitoring is really a requirement. We can make use of new technologies. Satellite, well, it's not so new anymore, but it's really important. Then drone technology or automated underwater observation systems or these kind of ferry boxes which are monitoring continuously on ships of opportunity. So we should make use of all the new data sources with the help also of the high resolution modeling that comes along with the digital twin, with the scenario modeling. So having new approaches to the monitoring is a really it's an opportunity to also follow up on the implementation, also follow up on potential impacts of new technologies in the maritime sector and somehow to adjust while we are going along.
Thanks a lot. I think that what you told to us, first, we certainly need regulatory frameworks, but I take it on two messages you give. For them to work, we need knowledge, monitoring, but we also need dialogue and collaborative approaches. Yes, it takes time, but if you want the simple solutions, there's no buy-in from stakeholders. What do you actually get? Thanks a lot. And Gavin, maybe you want to tell us a bit more. Challenges, opportunities, collaborative solutions.
Sure, sure. Well, I think obviously I'm going to focus a little bit on wind propulsion here. But it was quite interesting, the commissioner earlier, and I think you repeated his words, looking for a win-win situation. We like to expand that to win-win-win situation, but I'll leave that one out there. But the real issue here is around scaling. We've got as I mentioned earlier, we've got the technology basket. We know roughly what technologies need to be looked at here. And wind propulsion is a strong one here. But things are changing incredibly quickly, much faster than the regulation can even keep up with. And I'll just give you an example. The EMTER report talks about 60 installations of wind propulsion in the 2024-2026 period. I'm happy to announce we're already there. We've just installed the 60th ship. We've got a pipeline of another 80, and those should be delivered this year or within the next 12 to 15 months.
Fast as wind.
So it's accelerating incredibly quickly. What we really need in a lot of our members' opinion, and a lot of what we see in Europe, is a lot of this innovation is being driven by SME. But the finance sector, for example, expects SMEs, and certainly the policy groupings, expect SMEs to work like a corporation. So an SME is very, very versatile, flexible, adaptable. It can move quickly, it can capture opportunities. But then we say, oh, well, you have to slow down, lots of compliance, lots of reporting. Please operate like a large corporation. Mm-hmm. So that is a real disincentive for these companies to build and to go out and capture finance. I'd also like to say we need to be looking, and I think the EMTER report is a good baseline here. We need to stop looking at this as a green technology revolution. This is just a revolution. We stop siloing it into green finance. This is now the new normal. This is the new finance. And if we decide to invest in fossil fuels, then that's maybe the dark, the dangerous, the disruptive, the destructive finance. But this has to be the new normal. And I think that mindset, we're certainly not seeing it in the financial institutions yet. I do hope they will read this report and take on some of the recommendations there and the way that we're looking at. And probably I'd just like to say one more thing is that there's a hell of a lot of innovation that does come from the European Union and other European countries, but we're not operating in isolation. I'm in an international association. We're seeing a huge growth in interest in our technologies and in the alternative fuels in Asia, probably less so in America just now, for various reasons. But other regions are looking at this, looking at what Europe's done and saying, yeah, this is fantastic. We're going to develop these technologies, but not necessarily do those in Europe. And I'll give one example of this, where policy could be reviewed to actually spur this further. And that's with the Fuel EU Maritime and EU ETS, where we start at a 5,000 GT level. For an environmental perspective, that's very good because the larger ships emit more CO2. But for a ton mile, actually, the smaller ships emit more per ton mile that they move. But one of the issues is that win-win situation is we don't build many ships that are over 5,000 GT in Europe. So all of the stimulation around decarbonisation for these larger ships actually is being reflected in jobs, in building of ships that are better for the environment, but not in European yards. So actually bringing that GT level down to, say, 400 GT, stimulating the retrofitting market and the technologies. We have hundreds of wind propulsion technology developers and stakeholders. That would actually stimulate the yards and create that virtuous circle within the European Union. Of course, those large ships are always going to be built outside of Europe, or more than likely. But it's developing policies regionally that actually work to the strengths of that region. And I think we're missing an opportunity there that this report actually highlights some of those issues.
But that's really interesting. I think it goes beyond what we are discussing here. Let's say the EU has sometimes this potential to be a lighthouse of the world by example, but it does not necessarily reap the rewards. So we may need to have our impact assessment of it going more in depth. I also think what you said on SMEs also goes beyond shipping, because that's what 98% of the businesses in Europe that are SMEs. It does not mean exempting them, but they may need some data gathered by others to help them reporting and things like that. And finally, on the going beyond green, I like that very much in the sense that even there were no green targets, it will make a lot of sense on going the same direction we are heading because of green targets. So thanks for these messages. And Lydia, I would return to you. Sorry to leave you for the last time, for the last now, Pierre, but you'll be next. Lydia, yours.
I'd like to address that several things have been said by several panelists that are very interesting, starting with the international cooperation and with the time that we lose in doing that. I don't see it as a waste of time. On the other hand, I think it's the opposite, because yes, we do need some time to accelerate cooperation, to talk with several players, but what we can achieve by doing that is accelerating policies that are decisive to tackle the main challenge we have ahead. Portugal has been doing that in several matters. Pierre here mentioned the Mercator, something we have addressed and that is possible to be done in collaboration with France and with the other players in other major forums as United Nations, always representing the European vision and the European way of seeing things and the challenge we have to do, but we have to involve other, because ocean is global. We all talk about the shipping is global. Even when they operate in the other side of the globe, the impacts come to our shore. And I've been seeing that through all my life. I came from the islands, from the Azores. So I remember when I was a child, some people talking about something that we never heard about it, the garbage islands. In my teenage years and youth years, a navigator that went back from the circumnavigation talked a lot about the garbage islands that he found on the Pacific. Nobody in Portugal has heard about it at that time, unless the elite academics that have some notion of that. Today is a reality, and the garbage is all over our shores, even if they were produced in the other side of the globe. We only can address problems like that if we work together in a global way. For example, the way that we are defending the need for more marine protected areas at a global level to protect 30% of the ocean, that has a massive impact in the way we are going to see the blue economy in the future, because there's a lot of studies that mention that for every euro that we invest in protected areas, we can give back 3 euros to the economy. And I think people doesn't always understand that when we are investing in protecting and conserving, that has a real impact in the economy. It's not a waste of money, not a waste of time. It's an investment that we can all benefit as a society. And also is something we can do in a holistic way. You said it well, is better than integrated way, because we can do something that looks like protectionism, but we are addressing some problems. We are investing in innovation. We are founding knowledge of the ocean. We are founding new solutions to older problems in the pharmaceutic, in the shipping, in a lot of areas that we can benefit from something we are trying to protect. Another example of what we have been doing, Portugal has led a proposal to designate the North Atlantic Ocean as an emission control area, ECA, for sulfur oxides, particulate matter, and nitrogen oxides. This proposal started as a collaboration that involved a lot of countries: Portugal, Spain, France, United Kingdom, Ireland, Iceland. It was already presented at IMO in December. We hope it's going to be approved next April session. It is very important because this will it waited us some time to do the study to address the problem, but now we had approach a design that is going to bring some value to the control emission area, and we are going in a huge area that alone we cannot address it. We're going to come back and to bring something valuable for that. Actually, right now, 90% of the ships sailing across the proposed Northeast Atlantic ECA also navigate across the other ECA areas. So this not bring burden to the economies and nor to the shipping companies, because it's going to be an update from the others. We're going to grow to larger approach, to an international approach that is going to benefit us all in the end. So I think there's this the kind of strategies that we have to do it at the European level, but to scale it up to international level.
Thank you, Lydia. Actually, it's a bit ironical that we have needed this avalanche of plastic reaching the ocean every day for us to get conscious. It's only one ocean indeed, as you said. You also signaled that dialogue is relevant also at global level. It takes time indeed, but time well spent. And let me tell you, on this €1 spent, you have €3 in return. I remember that for the nature restoration regulation, the impact assessment said for €1 spent, you get 8 in return. Not all private money, let's say, part of it public, but we can get back to that. Thanks for this. And Pierre, your turn on the challenges, opportunities, and collaborative approaches.
I would like to talk about the digital twin of the ocean, because when we talk about challenges, this is a real challenge, and solution, I hope this is one. And I would like to share with you what I understand of this European vision for digital twin, because you have multiple vision on that. But the president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, she first explained in 2022 that Europe will pave the way for a new kind of tool that is called digital twin of the ocean. And Commissioner Kadis was mentioning this morning in the video that in the Ocean Pact, that there is a real challenge for Europe. And inside the pact, there is the promise that by 2030, there will be an operational digital twin of the ocean in Europe. And I really think that this is something we should consider in our discussion for today, because the digital twin of the ocean is a place where marine and maritime will meet and talk and create value. And this is not a single place. This is a place where there is a cascade of different twins. I mean, in Portugal, there are brilliant initiative for digital twins, hopefully for the Azores, that is connecting to something for the basics, and then at the level of Europe and then global, but also thematically, I'm sure that you have a digital twin for the wind ship. So if we connect everything, we will have a space where we can navigate and act together. And this is really my hope and my vision of this. So the digital twin of the ocean, the project that we are leading on behalf of the European Commission is really these public infrastructures where we will add different components to build the digital ocean that we need. And if we go back to the EMTER report, and if we go back to what we've said in this panel, that we need to address the different stresses that we have on the marine environment. Let's talk about the climate. Let's talk about the reduction of CO2, and let's imagine that we have in the same place, a digital place, the tool to optimize the ship routing and the tools to understand the impact of this optimization of the route in the emission of the CO2, and it enters into the equation this optimization. Digital twin, we say what is now the situation, what is next, and what if I change this option. And this one is an easy one because we can easily do this kind of assessment, and actually it has been done already. I mean, we can optimize the routing of different ships, so we could. But what I say is that in this kind of tool, you could have a place where you can have everything in hand to play with this what if scenario. What if I would choose this route instead of this one? Of course, that is not only the CO2 criteria. There are multiple criteria, but you have this dashboard with everything to decide and take the fair decision. If I go to the marine biodiversity and the degradation of resources, I would love combining what we have in our system today, which is of course the modeling of the physics of biochemistry, the coupling with fish population, and but also we have digital turtles that grow in our digital ocean, and we can simulate the trajectories, and we can see when they cross marine protected areas, and we can simulate the behavior of these turtles and other marine mammals. And if we could combine this with the collision with the maritime traffic that was mentioned this morning, with the invasive alien species, with the degradation of habitats, if we could have this place where experts can dialogue in a with digital tools to generate this scenario, then we could have a dashboard to see the impact of this stress on biodiversity, on marine species, combined with a decision that could be taken. But let's consider marine pollution. It has been mentioned many times, the plastic, easy part. I mean, simulating the drift of plastic, explaining that we have a concentration higher because we have a gyre. We do it very frequently with NGO, with a state organization, with scientists. This is something that we can do easily, and we could do this again and again. But then the first challenge is that we don't have any observations. So it's easy to simulate, but if you don't have the sources, you cannot really know what you're doing. So in the report, this is very fair, this is very honest, and this is explained what has been observed, what was documented, and what we know. But think about this plastic that is mentioned reaching the beach. Think about it, it could have been generated in the high seas, and before to reach the beach, it has changed, it has disappeared, they disappear in microplastics. So we need to understand this from the start and simulate everything. And we could have something that is very interesting, but the truth is, for the moment, we are a bit blind altogether to have this clear indicator of the impact of the plastic in the ocean, and we need to team up to do this. We have the tools, but we need this organization. The second challenge is this one, organization. Think about this report. It's easy to read. Imagine the work it is to generate this. How many experts, how many work, how many hours, how many operational thinking you need to generate this. And if we want to have it at the level of an operational dashboard for decision makers, we need also to reproduce this at the level of this. And it was, I mean, I like your start with this alliance between EEA and EMSA. I mean, environment and maritime safety. When we see that there is an alliance between operational people knowing what it means to be on operations and people knowing what it means to be on environment, and digital twin of the ocean, this is the same. I mean, we need to have the best science in it, but we need to think operational to be able to be there today, but also tomorrow and the day after when it is necessary. And so these challenges about having really the observations and then the operational commitments is something that I think is very strong, and we need to work together. And I would like just to mention that in Europe, we are quite well organized. I just want to talk about one thing I know very well, and this is where EEA and EMSA, we meet frequently, which is Copernicus. And in 1 decade, we have generated services that are world leading and recognized everywhere in the world. I mean, we have an organization that is able to gather the best science, the best knowledge with the satellite and all the research outcomes in operational services that is used by member states and operational entities, public and private. And it means something, and we should look at it when we think about having this information from the EMTER report. That is this information that we have discussed. We are blessing today, and when it comes into this digital twin of the ocean, we need this organization. And I just want to end with something that is quite positive, I guess. If we have this ocean pact with this promise to have this digital twin ocean, if we could team up more closely and make it clear that in the next version of the EMTER report, I am able to invite in this digital version, the digital twin of the ocean, some tools to play with these figures and to start playing with this information, then I guess that we will open a process where we will have transformed this knowledge into action and decision. And well, I will be very pleased to contribute to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. You not only highlighted in your intervention how the digital twin can be a powerful tool to address complex situations, but we also highlighted how much of a strong collaboration requires. But I suppose you passed an important message. We do need some management to reach the organizational stage that allows for proper collaboration, which is a challenge in itself. Thanks a lot. We have managed ourselves to get almost a full half hour for potential interaction with the audience, which I find stimulating. I also know that often it's difficult to start with the first question. I have my own questions ready, at least one that pops in my mind. But let me say for the audience, I would like now to have your questions. Well, questions, not speeches, please. Ideally, I would gather batches of 3, let's say. And when you put your question, if it's addressed to one of the speakers, say to whom. Otherwise, speakers will then select what they may want to react or not. But I wonder if there's any hand raised for now, or if you want a bit more time to think about it, because then I will start myself with something that is sticking on my mind on this issue of cost benefits, in the sense, very often we know, be it marine protected areas, addressing pollution or restoring nature, there are many economic benefits to be taken out of that. But a part of them are marketable somehow, like a private company could benefit from that, the benefit that comes. But the good part of it is public goods in a way. So maybe Jana, you referred to that, or you also did Lydia, you also did Fabienne. You want to comment this? How can we grasp the benefits, or how do we shape the policies in such a way to not only say there are the benefits, but to really stimulate the public part of it versus the private part of it? So if you want to comment, that's welcome.
Thank you. I have only a short comment to it. I come back to the nature credits. I mean, if we want to express the benefits of environmental policies or the benefits of nature, we have to arrive at a common denominator. And one unit that most sectors understand is, unfortunately, fortunately, the unit of money. Mm-hmm. And so perhaps I acknowledge it's a really difficult topic to associate a money value with nature. But that would be a way somehow to make or to help understand the value of an improved environment, improved marine environment. I gave the example of improved seafood quality, for example, somehow to have an easy, understandable unit of the benefits.
Thanks for the question. Does any of you want to pick in, Lydia?
I can have. It's not a tricky question, but a very complex question, because I think we can all talk about hours, but I will resume applying what I said. For example, the example of the creation of the ECA, and the importance that the public policies have here, because by creating a ECA, we are expecting that the reduction of air pollution will help protect over 1,500 marine protected areas, 70 key marine mammal habitats, and 148 UNESCO sites. But these are just numbers, environmental numbers. And this is the other thing that are in the backstage. This will significantly reduce ship emissions, improve air quality, contribute to improve public health and environmental protection. These are all related. And because of that, probably the states will invest less in healthcare, in addressing policies to the welfare of their citizens, because the reduction of the pollution will address that problem. So they are investing in one thing and gaining in the other. At the same time, also the restoration of the biodiversity has an impact, because it creates better conditions to develop and invest in knowledge, in applying in the blue economy. So these are really all connected. And when we address one of these issues, it will reflect on the other hand. Sometimes we didn't see the bigger picture, but there is.
Can I try to extract just a bit more from you? Because let's say a marine protected area or a no-take zone will have a very obvious potential benefit for fisheries outside the no-take zone, because when a fish doubles size, it's 10 times more eggs, to put it simple. But the fishing community not always grasps this. Do you have any insight, let's say on the Azores or on the continent in Portugal? Is the fishing community understanding the benefits of restraining for common benefit?
I think we have a cultural difficulty to engage with restrictions. Every restriction, the citizens is not always seen as a good thing. Independent of the results that they came from there, their first think that is a restriction. Second, they think at the welfare of their family, at the income in the short time, and usually the regulamentations are done to get some improvement at a long time. So, of course, it is important to address the communities, to involve them in the process since the beginning is the best way to keep them on board, because they are the ultimate benefits of these restrictions. Because
sexualized restrictions,
because if we are protecting marine protected area, is because we are noticing loss of biodiversity. So we have to protect them to tackle the problem, to augment, to grow the biodiversity, and that will expand beside the regulation, and the near shore areas are going to have more fish and more conditions to they develop their activity. So this is a process that has to be done since the beginning, involving the communities, sensibilizing.
Thank you, Lydia. You'll have chances to comment also if you want. I'm just looking if there's any hand raised. If not, we keep on this side. Not yet. So Fabienne, you wanted to add on this topic? Yes. Let me just throw something else to you, because you referred to the need to regulation. So concretely, what are these areas that you really think we need further regulation in a moment when everyone is calling for simplification, competitiveness, so some caution on more regulation?
Yes. So maybe also briefly touching on the previous question with also cost benefit, because it's such a helpful lens, because it is very clear. It's a concept everybody understands. Business models rely upon, and with the examples we have heard before, and also with regard to alternative fuels, one of the very big concerns is the capital intensity that is required to transition to alternative fuels, retrofitting, and moving forward on the technological side of things. So really, when the time is of essence to make measurable impacts, to alleviate environmental threats, it is important to look to measures that have a low cost and a big impact, a big benefit. And I won't go through the example again, but I think the lens also of the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs really comes into handy here, because when they're looking at the environmental benefits, if you can then tick the box of SDG 14.1, reducing pollution with very concrete measures that don't cost that much, or also then with, for instance, lessening certain forms of emissions, underwater noise pollution has implications not only on reducing climate impacts, but also food security, because underwater noise has implications across the whole food web. So something that Jana had said at the very beginning, we need to look at it holistically and what implications it has to the whole ecosystem. And we need to strive for those measures with those lower costs and the big benefits that we can achieve through very tangible, immediate, cost-effective measures. So I think we can draw from different lenses and apply that to different examples. Thank you for allowing me to elaborate on that again.
Okay, still, Gavin.
Yeah, if I could just say something, I'm touching on pretty much everything that's been said. One of the concerns I have is around, the cost-benefit issue is absolutely vital. The problem is, I think, is when, for example, the EU ETS finance goes into the general exchequer, if you like. There is no siphoning off of, this is 20% for maritime, etc. This then goes back to nation states who have national interests at heart. I think only 15% of EU representatives have a maritime stake, if you would, or a direct maritime stake. So often the decisions around large-scale finance or subsidies, for example, which generally indicate a market failure, those decisions are made very much with national interests at heart, and what is going to get the most votes. How if I make a political decision here, what is my benefit from that? So shipping and maritime, unfortunately, we are a little bit of a hidden industry. We're not very good at talking about how good we are. The success stories, for example, with the sulfur cap, etc. We don't talk about that. Our stakeholders are quite limited as well to those maritime regions quite often. So, having advocacy or breaking out of those silos and saying, actually, this benefits everybody. Yes. The EU does not exist as it exists now without the maritime industry. And really talking about that, going out and selling our industry to all of the other industries. And I'll just give one example of this with subsidies, for example, or the allocation of renewable energy. Let's take that. Is it better to use our limited renewable energy resources to make electricity for e-fuels to put into shipping? Or is it better to take a coal-fired power station offline that is polluting a region and creating massive health problems in that region? I don't have the answer to that, but I know where those decisions are often made, and it is going to be a challenge if we don't have additionality. If we're not doing a hydrogen project or an ammonia project and adding the renewable energy that's required to deliver that, if it's coming from that general energy network, if you like, or the grid, then we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And that is a big, big challenge. And I'll just give one statistic that is actually quite worrying, is if we look not at electricity generation, but total energy use. Globally, in the last 40 years, we've moved from 10% to 11%. Electricity, we're doing really well. But from transportation, direct industrial use, we have barely kept up with demand. So this is a real issue around siloing. And I think, again, the report actually is a really good identifier of that, is that you can see where the finance is going, and it's not currently going into the fuels that we need. And we have to find that framework that moves it.
Yeah, this was touched upon in the first panel also. Sure. Innovation Fund versus revenues of DTS. Of course, member states do not always like to put the money pot somewhere in Brussels to be managed, but the important point, and I think the awareness should come, both of, let's say, of the successes, but also of the gaps still to be addressed. But still staying with you, Gavin, just for a while, and then I see Lydia wants to come in, if I understood well. Tell me just a bit of your views on this discussion on technological neutrality. I mean, we heard that regulators are not necessarily the best on saying, well, let's pick wind because it's the best. Should we?
Technology neutrality, energy neutrality would be good from our perspective. So if you're selecting a commoditized fuel, that is a fuel that is tradable, etc. Direct wind propulsion delivered to a ship is not, it's not transferable. It's not commoditized. It's an energy source that's free of all emissions. There is no infrastructure required, nothing. So in that effect, policymakers could turn around and say, well, you don't need a subsidy because you're already free. But if you're taking a second choice, and we actually see, for example, other fuels as secondary renewable, they're stores of renewable energy. Wind propulsion is actually a primary renewable. It's used to move a ship directly. So in that sense, we have to be very careful about the selection of subsidies for a fuel, commoditized fuel, as opposed to an energy source that's already free at the point of delivery. But on the technology allocation, as I think I mentioned before, if we were to deliver energy efficiency measures across the fleet, we'd probably get around about a 20% reduction in demand for energy. Voyage optimization, if we were doing that really systematically, probably could get another slice similar to that. You throw in wind as an energy source, possibly up to another 20%. So now we've got 3/5 of the pie has already been delivered, and all of those measures pay for themselves. So in a situation where we're looking at climate tipping points, we're looking at urgency, we should, in our view, we should be focusing on what can deliver in the very short term, quickly, therefore expanding our carbon market and allowing the build out of those infrastructures that we need for delivery. So there is technology neutrality, but there's also the urgency issue. And we need to be aware that the urgency issue sometimes means we have to make decisions quickly with things that are deployable immediately.
We should not shy away at taking decisions, for sure. And Olivia wants to intervene. We'll listen to you. But Pierre, after Lydia, I would like also to hear you if the digital twin can help on this cost-benefit issue. But Lydia, please.
I'd just like to add something, because we all heard also in the morning and now with their intervention, the problems about the decisive intervention on fuels and the way that the shipping market is addressing problems that we can all see, because we have a lot of geopolitical disruption. We have a lot of uncertainty in the routes, in the projecting. They cannot program investments because they do not know which fuel they have to follow, which ships they have to bought. And I think that is the kind of example where the public policies should and must intervene, because we all talk a lot of giving liberty to the market, to the industry to find its own way. But I think this is a clear example that the industry cannot find a way because they don't know where to go, where they need help. And that is the most important thing that Europe must do in that case is to decide, because the lack of decision here is critical. And it's like when we decide, and to give some practical example outside of the ocean, when we decide to build a home, we all know that at the end we are ready to build another home because we are concluding our construction and we find all the defects. But then we have a home, not perfect, but we have a home. And then we are going to the second, probably 1, 2, 3 years later, we are going to do some new construction to add some room, some improvements. And I think it's the same thing about the politics and policies. And right now we need to do some decisions, because the way things are going in the last 3-4 years, we are risking to lose a very important sector of our economy that can enter in a difficult place if we not address some. So my message is better to have a bad decision than no decision.
I agree. I once heard of a politician saying exactly that. It's much worse not to decide than to take a bad decision. But I see attention in any way, because we need dialogue, having the stakeholders on board, the scientists and all, etc., which takes time. And we are sometimes in urgency to take decisions. But that's why we need both politicians. But Pierre, my challenge of you telling us if a digital twin approach or modeling can help us on this cost-benefit analysis and showcasing the actual benefits for private, for public.
Yes, I would like to introduce the time in the discussion, the fact that when we analyze the cost and benefit, we should think about the time scale. I mean, the decision might be very difficult at short term, but if we are able to explain the benefit at mid-term, then it helps a bit. And I have different examples in mind, but we all know that the decisions that we will have to make to face the climate change, just to name only this one, will be more and more difficult and with more and more impactful on the people, on the economy. So you will have to be brave enough to take the decision, but also equipped enough with all the evidence to decide, but also the narrative to explain what would be the benefit of having these decisions. And I really think that, well, I have some examples for the marine protected area where we can decide that we'll ban this, and this, and it will create immediately a change in the habits and the way the people at sea will have their activities. So you were mentioning the difficulty for fisheries in that sense, but we can also, and this is documented, this is published, we can also prove in that sense that after a few years, then you generate a better situation, including for the economy, including for these people. But if you're not able to explain, then you're confronted to this short-term decision with something that is presented as well an obstacle and something that is the end of your own professional life. And so the time is very important. And of course, the digital twin, the story is that you're able to invite different dimensions. So there is the holistic view, and you create a benefit, of course, here, but the benefit elsewhere. But I think that the time and the narrative that is related to this is very, very important. And we miss this part today including visualization of this. I mean, explaining, viewing, showing, having this own experience of being in a dive into this new situation after a few years. Then you can see what is the situation at sea after a few years in this protected area, can help you in a decision that is difficult at short term. And I insist, I mean, we know that more and more the difficult will be more and more difficult, and the decision will be difficult and impactful. So we must have this kind of tools. So time is important, and the viewing, it seems a bit artistic, this part, but I don't think this is only artistic. I mean, being able to explain what you have in mind, not only one indicator, not only one KPI, not only one figure, but explain and show what could be really the reality that you are preparing with the different dimensions is super important. And so there is some investment to be made on this part. Just one, because I said investment, everything is about investment, and we have started in the first decade of modeling to talk about investing in observation network. What if I launch a new satellite? How much will we improve the forecast of currents and temperature for the European Space Agency, for national space agencies, or for the in-situ observations? And then for the second decade with the operational people, what if I use this route? And this was for sailing races, for people that were playing with the currents to gain 1 or 2% of their of the time, because of course the wind is dominant for this kind of ships. But they were playing with this, and now what I would like to see in this digital twin ocean new story is this ability to propose a new capacity for decision makers to understand and explain and share their vision of the future they are preparing, which is one challenge, of course.
Yeah, I saw a reaction from Gavin.
Yeah,
we still have 3-4 minutes.
I'll just be very, very quick about this. I think something that I'm taking from what Pierre's saying is very much pointing towards de-risking or reducing risk for decision making. And this is one of the problems that we have, is who is going to take the risk and who's going to underwrite the risk of the transition that we need to do. So if it's the innovator, we're already taking a huge amount of risk on board. Companies are going out of business every 5 minutes. Do we expect the ship owner to be taking the risk by having to make these huge capex investments, not actually knowing whether that will be the right fuel that's going to be used, or these technologies will be available in 5 years' time? or the company I bought it from, like Ballast Water, has gone out of business. I can't service my ballast water system. Is it our government's going to step up and underwrite the risk that the sectors take? Is the energy sector going to come up and say, we'll take all the risks for the development of these fuels? And with all of the activities that we're doing with the ocean, if we don't even understand the risks of a policy action or bringing a particular solution into play, something like this digital twin actually allows us to see a few steps forward and helps us maybe not de-risk it, but reframe that risk and understand it more. And I think that this is probably the critical question. We're not seeing uptake or off-take contracts for renewable energy like hydrogen because the risk is too high.
That's quite a link with the investment angle that you referred to.
So, how do we manage it?
Thanks a lot. Although we were not blessed by questions from the audience, I think we had a pretty interesting debate. I don't risk doing a full summary, but to signal some highlights as said in my mind. So this issue to address holistically the problems and not bit by bit or pollutant by pollutant. This needs to get into the time it takes to shape collaborative approaches that can really then make the policies go efficiently, but at the same time not hesitating or taking decisions when needed, even when the scenario is not fully grasped, because there's indeed some urgency to tackle issues. We also have seen this need for harmonized international efforts and collaboration, which also require dialogue. And there was inherently some call to maintain and sometimes develop a robust regulatory framework that can help innovation instead of hampering it from, for instance, picking the wrong technology instead of, let's say, the energy approach you referred. Also, these references to take into account the SME context versus investment when we shape our policies in the EU, because our innovation potential here is big and we do not always reap the reward. Although I still think we often serve as a lighthouse of the world on shaping some standards that become influential. So these are some issues that stayed in my mind. I would have loved, Diana, to get a bit more into nature credits, which is something I have in my portfolio, but I think we should not go beyond 4 o'clock, which was the time that was set. So please join me on an applause to our panel.
Today, so we get our photographer up and we get a nice photograph of everybody together, and then we'll move to the next section, which is the final speeches. Okay, so can we get all our panelists just to stand up as we make EMSA memories with a big round of applause for our panelists once again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to our fantastic panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now we move on almost to the closing end, where we hear 4 different sets of reflections, different viewpoints on many of the themes that have been discussed today, really setting the seal on today's discussion. And I want to start, first of all, by calling to the stage for our first closing remarks, Beatrice Jordi, Director of DG Klima in the European Commission. Ladies and gentlemen.
Many thanks. A pleasure to be here. I'm fully aware that I'm competing with a fantastic city, plenty of sunshine, and you are all tired. But I will be brief. But let me start with the pleasure that is to be with you. Thanks a lot, Maya, and congratulations. It's great to be in this EMTER publication, also to see the two agencies full forces doing this fantastic overview of what is the status of environment and safety and maritime. So just more maritime environment and safety. Just to say that first we need science-based. It's not bad to hammer that message in these times. We need to hammer that. We need science-based, number one. We need also civil society, all the industry supply chain, SME, innovators, digital actors, men and women. Let me also put agenda points, and I love to see the last panel with the equilibrium. And so we need to see what we call the ecosystem, and this ecosystem and this large perspective makes our richness. So I'm here today representing DG Climate, and ETS emission trading system was in the mouth of many of you, and rightly. And I come with a clear message that to the maritime community, embrace the emission trading, embrace it. And embrace it from the perspective that the maritime industry is not only a payer, but it's also a benefiter of this industry. The ETS, the carbon pricing, what it does is it gives a signal for those who are able to decarbonize and be pioneers to have business advantages. So embracing in the older sense, because we are living times that Fit for 55, a Green Deal, is starting to have a very narrow perspective of only stick and burden and not what opportunities present. Just let me give you a little bit of a tip. Last year, I think the invoice of Europe in oil and gas was 270 billion. Is that order? Between 250, 300 billion. This is our invoice of oil and gas every year. So when we want to really decarbonize, we go to an autonomic or a strategic agenda. Let's remind us of that because I don't know how many energy crises we need to put this in our walls every day. Another security of supply aspect, and I was very pleased to see Loyola de Palacio in the cafeteria. We were having the coffee because I did with her ages ago the first renewable directive, and her commitment, mine was different. She was a big politician. Mine was more climate, industrial, security of supply. For her, it was security of supply all over. This was a very important message. So let's do not miss that energy, security of supply messages. The second point is also the climate security. And the climate securities that we have, yesterday was in the Financial Times. I will do some advertisement. So Petra Hilkema, which is the guardian of insurance in the Union, she said that in the last 3 years, the European expenditure in extreme weather events was 44 billion euros, compared to the last decade that was 17 billion. So we go really high in extreme weather events. Wherever country you come from, or you have enormous flooding or fires in Portugal or droughts in my country, Spain, or also flooding like we have recently in Valencia, very tragic ones. So security of supply and climate security, adaptation, risk reduction is very important there. We know that sulfur is going rather well. CO2 is not going very well in maritime. And now this is the first year, the year of reality, that the maritime sector will need to surrender, will need to pay for the emissions. And I would like to give two big thanks. One big thanks to EMSA, because honestly, Maya, without you, good luck. So a big thanks to Maya, to Manuela, to Sergio, to Frederic, that they are all here. So big thanks for your help there, because our shoulders are stronger with your support. But also a big thanks to the maritime industry. We put a new kit in town that is not such a kit, because 90 million tons is a lot of money. We can talk about 8 billion per year when it will be full speed. So big thanks also to the maritime industry, because we are talking about 17,000 ships from all over the world that touch an European port, and they need to contribute. We know it's not easy, so we have been working in these years thanks to the national authorities, because this has been, we know, a big effort, and many times with investment and administration. Just to say what are the in the challenges, and that these challenges, we are in this mandate of the new Commission where competitiveness is at the heart of it. But let's do not miss this link to sustainability, please. It's, you can call it sustainability. If you are more worried for security of supply or oil and gas bill, right, you have your rights. But let's do not dissociate this competitiveness from sustainability. It was a pleasure to hear the Commissioner Tzitzikostas that she's fully convinced on that. We are doing, and this will be a 2025, a very active year, call it in ports strategy, maritime strategy, clean industrial deal, accelerator act. So send us your voice. I think that is important. This, we were talking in the previous panel, you were talking about digitalization. It's like a kind of forgotten now. It should not be a forgotten now. And just let me tell you a little bit of tips of this embrace the carbon market. Carbon market last year put on the table or pocket of member states around more than 40 billion euro. The Innovation Fund, just to give you also a number, in the coming 7 years until 2030, will put also 40 billion euro for innovation. We know that we have 8 maritime projects selected in the last call. There's a new hydrogen call, and that it was mentioned through all the day, so I don't want to repeat it. But this is an innovation fund, just to tell you why it was put on the discussion of Council and Parliament, because the carbon pricing is a very good signal, but it's true that it needs other signals. And Sotiris mentioned also the renewable energy. I'm fully convinced that we need this pull and push like Fuel EU and refuel on the maritime and aviation. So we need this combination. But the Innovation Fund was decided because carbon pricing could risk to only have short-term perspective. So this is why we need innovation and longer-term perspective. Let's do not forget that. And an invitation, I know it's not easy, for the Innovation Fund calls, closing on the 20th of February. And just to, let me add the Horizon Europe, which is a little bit of big brother, that we have waterborne transport partnership, where we have more than 500 million euros in different areas, from sustainability, fuels to electrification and more. I don't know, I want to come here with the price signal, but also to come here with the opportunities that carbon pricing could offer. And I need, and this other very important door, I mentioned quickly, this 40 billion for the member state pockets. We have 2 important conditions to member states. You can spend it in one you want, but it needs to be climate and green. And a skill and reskilling that it was also is very close to the heart of maritime industry can be included in the ETS revenues. The ETS revenues, that they have 2 conditions. Clean, as I mentioned, clean or climate. You choose the sea, and transparent. So whatever is Denmark or Spain or Portugal, they need to tell us on what they invest. And we will put this in an open platform that you can all have a good look. There are 2 parts of the ETS revenues. One is the ETS 1, what we call it, which is power sector, industry, aviation, and now maritime. And the new ETS 2, which is road transport and building, kicking in 2027. We have also in this, and just to give a size, for maritime, the carbon pricing is crucial and it's important. But just to put into perspective, last year, the reduction, not the whole, the reduction of the emissions in power industry and aviation was the order of 80 million tons. The whole maritime means 90 million tons. So just say that maritime is embedded in the big ETS. So an invitation to knock the door also of your member states. National authorities will love me. I know Spain, France, and Finland are here, but Cyprus. But here is the powerful men and women also that they decide on what to invest. And member states have the power to say, we want more in renewables, we want more in ports, or part in renewables, part in sustainable transport. And as I said, ETS2 is coming very soon in 2027 with a similar size of ETS1. Let me just give you orders of magnitude. Maritime, 90 million. ETS1, 1.3 billion tons of CO2. ETS2, the order of 1.1 billion. So enormous pots is not that, but just to say that the opportunity size that I think that we don't shout enough. And just the last point on opportunities is we are putting in place the Social Climate Fund that I'm particularly proud, because the Social Climate Fund is polluter pays money put into the more vulnerable citizens around Europe to invest or isolation of building, renewable energy, heat pumps, public transport, electrical vehicles. Member states can choose depending on their vulnerabilities. And there's a solidarity between member states and also a solidarity between society. A number that I hammer very often, but is rather striking. If you pick up Europeans and you pick up the richest 20% Europeans, they are responsible for 32% of the emissions. If you pick up the lower band of poorer, 20% poorer European citizens, they are responsible for 9%. 32, 9%. What we do with the carbon pricing is we revert that. And last words, we are continue and we do it together with colleagues of DG Move, and thanks for your offer on the political aspects of IMO. I think that it's, you are right, we need a political backing. We are negotiating in IMO, spring, April is very important. We are, and I know that, and it was a pleasure to hear Arsenio with his words that Europe is leading, and that leading or shaking, depending of who talks to us, but both roles are very important. So just here to pass the message that we stay the course on the Green Deal. It is there is a big ticket on fossil fuel that we need to get rid of that. Whatever is wind propulsion, whatever is alternative fuels and sustainable fuels, whatever is improvements on aerodynamics of the ships, whatever you choose, is I think that we need to use the opportunities that this green transition offers. So a pleasure to be here today, and many thanks.
Thank you so much, Beatrice, for those very inspiring words. And now I'd like to call to the stage the director of the Maritime Office in session in Poland, but also the chair of EMSA's Administrative Board, Wojciech Zanowicz.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for the invitation to the meeting, and to have also this opportunity to give the closing remarks. We already heard strategic remarks. I will provide some more practical, technical, more from the shipping part of the report, which we heard. We had two panels, one for shipping, the other for the ecosystem. And in the beginning, I would like just to say that, well, of course, as a chair of EMSA board, I have to thank EMSA, because again, they did a great job, of course, together with a sister agency, with the Environment Agency, but it was a great job, and it was a great lecture of EMTER, and also to see today's presentations. But going into details, first, of course, I hope that EMTER will become task which will be foreseen in the new EMSA regulation. It was mentioned a few times. We are revising the mandate, and I hope that we will be able to finish it under our Polish presidency. But okay, we will see. The negotiations are hard, but I hope the new new mandate will be there. So, well, going back to EMTER, it's of course, as we all heard and said, it's a comprehensive, holistic, and unique report. It's the only one which really shows the maritime transport, EU maritime transport footprint in our environment. And well, just having few practical and technical keynotes from today's discussion, because I took it quite seriously, and so I did a few pages of notes, but okay, I will just keep with one because I know it's late afternoon. So first things, well, I think we should know that all success has its consequences, or we have to be cautious with some of the effects that we want to achieve. We heard we have 70% of SOx reduction, but it generates 98% of water waste, and with all the contaminants. So it's not only the positive effect, it's also the negative. Similar with LNG as alternative fuel. That's also the outcome that I heard quite often here today, that, okay, we have a reduction in CO2, but we have a rise in methane emission and also N2O emissions. So, and those aspects, well, general of new alternative fuel are not really well researched. So we have to be cautious not to have only looking at the positive effect. We have to look and have a full research also on possible negative effects. So we really have overall a positive outcome. We also could notice from the data presented in EMTER that the greenhouse gases reduction technologies may also, in some scenarios, have a negative effect of underwater radiated noise. So again, a word of caution, which is stemming also from the EMTER report when we are looking in these challenges. Of course, another caution, because it was really good to see that the fishing vessels are now in the EMTER report, so we have a broader, fuller picture of the maritime transport environment. But of course, it was also brought to our attention that, okay, the data we have in Europe are maybe much more full and comprehensive than all around the world. So actually our footprint, global footprint, may not be well reflected due to the data, well, the better data we have here, but not really the same comprehensive data in the world. Still with the fishing vessels, it was also good to see that there was a maritime litter reduction of 50%, but still the fishing vessels are quite high with the part they take by introducing the maritime litter into maritime environment. Other things, also technical things that we could see and could draft from EMTER today, well, it's the future focus areas that we should take into account. So, of course, cruise ships were mentioned as, okay, they are not big in numbers, but are actually quite big in emissions and waste production. So that's one focus area. The other is, of course, also few times mentioned NOx emission, which even now with NECA areas, it's still growing, and then it's have really negative effect as a greenhouse gas. Of course, what we cannot lose the focus is the human element and the training which is needed towards the new risks that arises with new alternative fuels, new technologies. The human element has to be there, and we have to remember about training, because without the human element, we will not be able to introduce the new technologies in an effective way. What else we heard today was about the innovation fund. I will not repeat what was just heard, but what was clear, it's need to be brought a bit closer to the companies within the member states. So that's a work we have to take back home and then do it actually in member states to make it more effective. The key issue also in the EMTER report, which we can find, is the gaps. There's a whole chapter on the gaps, and they're really important if we want to see and tackle the emissions, and then have a better overview in next EMTER, because it will be a 3-year report according to the new regulations. So of course we have to also look at monitoring and reporting of currently not reported emissions, so NOx, black carbon, particulate matters, these are all emissions that also should be taken care of if we want to have a really full picture of the maritime transport, EU maritime transport footprint. Air quality in ports, that was another gap identified by EMTER. That's also a thing that we have to tackle, and a few other things, among them considering covering by EMTER the neighboring countries. So we actually see that's something which we will see from the fuel EU maritime and ETS to EU ETS, because we will see then with broader picture if there is a problem of the carbon leakage, or it's just a problem that we thought about it while drafting the regulations, but not really existing in reality. And of course, the really interesting and I think well, very future looking project is the digital twin of the ocean. That was really inspiring to hear what we could do once we have this digital twin of the ocean, especially in terms of forecasts. But it's still a long way to go before we'll be able really to use that tool. But I really cross fingers that we will be able to do that. So just closing that, I will just say that I'm now, of course, we have food for thought. We have inspiring data in this EMTER, but I think in next EMTER will be even more interesting to see after 3 years how the new regulations, the AFIR, the Fuel in Maritime EU ETS, RED III Directive, how this legislative framework will really influence the emissions and the maritime transport footprint to the environment. And of course, we are looking forward to the IMO standards on global fuel standards and the greenhouse gas prices mechanism, and of course, later on the alignment of this global standards with EU standards. So then I hope that's announced today also a few times by the European Commission, and the report will also be a great input or ingredient to cook and to have a new maritime industrial strategy still this year, and of course the port strategy that we are looking forward to have. So thank you very much again.
Thank you so much, Wojciech. And now our second last speaker of the day, I'd like to call to the stage Martin Adams, the Director of Environment at the European Environment Agency. Martin, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to share some informal reflections on the day around, of course, the topic of the day, which is the launch of the EMTER report. I would say it's been a pleasure being with you to celebrate the occasion of the launch, but also equally appreciative of the discussions that we've heard today. I think it's actually been quite difficult being one of the last speakers of the day. The discussions have been really rich, and picking up new points of emphasis for this summary has been a little bit of a challenge. But what I would like to say is it's been interesting also to hear the perspectives of this integrated report and the value of an evidence and scientific fact-based report, and how it's just fits into the underlying objectives of understanding the progress towards a sustainable maritime sector, but also a sustainable environment and ecosystems. And I think one observation I've had from the discussions today is there's a very strong consensus in the room that actually we need both of those objectives in order to deliver, the political language of the day, the elements of competitiveness, security, and resilience. So I think that strong sense of consensus there was actually rather interesting. The report as well doesn't exist in a policy vacuum, very clearly, and it's implicit, I would say one of its implicit objectives is very much to use this evidence, increase the evidence base to inform against the policy objectives of the European Green Deal, the progress we're making on zero pollution of Fit for 55. But also we heard from the commissioners and other speakers today the value of the report in potentially helping inform and shape future policies that are coming, whether it's the Oceans Pact, the maritime maritime industrial strategy, the new port strategy, for example. So we very much look forward and will reflect, I think, for the next version of the report, how we continue to strengthen on those dimensions. I'd also maybe just like to stress a little bit as we close today what's new in the report, because it hasn't been a case that the colleagues have just added an extra dot or two on the charts from the previous report, the first edition. I think the scope is one thing I'm particularly pleased about from the side of the EA, and I know I'm speaking for EMSA here as well. The achievements in increasing the scope of report, whether it's on the fishing sectors, there's a lot of new data, new indicators in there, new methods of assessment. Some of the assessments are more robust now, adding to the strength of the evidence base that we are delivering. So I think that's particularly pleasing. However, challenges and gaps is also in the report, and indeed, there's a couple of elements I specifically wanted to highlight on those dimensions. One is there is a challenge with data. We need to be careful not to be paralyzed by the chase for more and more data. There are enough signals to act very clearly in a number of dimensions. However, new innovative data is becoming available, as we've heard about. Remote observation, drones, sensor technologies, all of this. And as agencies, it's also challenging for us to find the resources to perhaps use and uptake that data in really efficient ways. And that's something we're talking a lot, I know, with colleagues in the Commission about how we can actually take advantage. Because it does, and it can lead to simplification for both SMEs, for the industry when it comes to reporting, but as well, we need to make sure that we're not losing the robustness of the information base by some of these new technologies that are coming along. Another pleasing feature I think we've also heard about a lot, and again, it's just very happy personally that this is reflected in the comments from the stakeholders today, but the solutions focus of the report, whether it's on technological developments, the sharing of best practices, for example, emerging technologies, options. I think that's a key role that we need to play together as agencies in highlighting that a lot of the solutions are there, but we also heard today what is also needed is some clear signals to the industry, particularly about where we're going, accompanied by financial instruments that can help support the choices that the Commissioner referred to in his speech to us this morning. When it comes to resilience and I would say the competitiveness agendas, it's very clear that those in the maritime sector are key, but as I say, also for the environment and the ecosystem dimension. One thing that I thought might have been a new point of emphasis in my closing speech was a reflection around the benefits and understanding and documenting the benefits, but others clearly also had the same idea because it's come up in a number of the conversations today. So I think we need to be a little bit better within the European system about both understanding the success stories, communicating those, but also the impacts of those successes. And perhaps in the emerging political framework which we have, it'll be increasingly important just to understand the benefits of some of the environment and climate measures that have been put in place in terms of the positive impacts it delivers to society, to the citizens, to the fishers, to the coastal communities as well. Because it is clear that we have whole industries relying on a healthy environment, and that's something we very much want to continue promoting. Finally, I'd just like to say as well, the word optimism was used on a number of occasions today, which is very welcome. The messaging of the report is very clear. I mean, obviously there is a lot of good progress in some areas, but in other areas, not so much. But the technologies are there, I think, and we have heard to address the majority of the problems identified in the report. So the forward-looking elements of the discussions today, from my side sitting in the audience, was especially notable as well. It's not so much looking back, worrying about the problems, but it's very much thinking about the solutions towards the future. So, yeah. Finally, I'd just like to say as well, we very much look forward, I think, for both our agencies to continuing the dialogue together with you, and perhaps just to advertise that the messages that we've heard about today in the EMTER report will be amplified and continue to be amplified across the coming months we have events in Brussels. It'll be the launch of the Zero Pollution event. There'll be a follow-up event around the EMTER messaging as well, together with EMSA in Brussels in March. So you will hear again and again some of the key information from this report, which I very much look forward to. And one last and very important closing statement. On behalf of my Executive Director, Lena, who's already had to leave the meeting, but also myself and all the team of colleagues at the agencies, to express our thanks to various of you. First of all, Mayor, Manuela, it's been a pleasure cooperating with you. I think this is a great example of, EU agencies cooperating together to deliver a product which really will have some impact and relevance going forward. So that's been especially pleasing. It's a little bit of an internal sort of EU agencies point, but others have always also spoken about the importance of adding different perspectives and working with a broad range of stakeholders. And that's my second thanks is to you. Firstly, for your interest in the EMTER report, for your presence today, but also for the engagement, whether it's been via the panel discussions, but also in the corridors outside. I think it's been really good and valuable to have had such a broad range of stakeholders here today. And I would also just like, of course, to thank the moderators and panelists on behalf of the EA as well. It's been a pleasure to hear the depth of discussion, the richness of the discussion, and some of the points of emphasis that have come out that I think will also take away from us today. So thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Martin. And now for our very last speaker, well, she opened the event, so I think she sort of has to close it as well. There's no escape. Can you welcome Maja Markovčić-Kostelac, the Executive Director of EMSA?
For the last time today. Well, distinguished colleagues, now when we are reaching the closing moment for today's conference, I would start by thanking all speakers, panelists, moderators who made this conference a great success. I believe that we all share this feeling that indeed it was a very successful event. The words of appreciation goes to over 550 participants, to all of you here in the EMSA premises and online, who also contributed to certainly a success. And the high number of participants is a clear demonstration of the relevance of the topic that we have discussed today. As we have heard, even in this closing remarks, there were some keywords that we have heard today. The word challenges, complexity were mentioned several times, but they were also matched with solutions. So the sentence saying there is no such a solution for which we can not find the problem did not live in this house today. Indeed, what makes me particularly pleased is the fact that I see finally we are really on the same side of the boat or of the ship. There is no divergency. We may discuss of this or that way how we are going to address the present challenges, but we don't diverse in the essence that there is the issue and that there is a solution to keep it. Holistic approach, cooperation, collaboration are key tools to effectively contribute to the faster speed or dynamism in addressing both the issue of the emissions or the issue of the general pollution from maritime transport. But there were some other very important messages, which is also the echo, I would say, of the new policy priorities in the European Commission. Sustainability and competitiveness in the same basket for the benefits of both sustainability transformation and transition and for the competitive advantages of the European shipping sector. This is for the benefit of both, and this is something that I personally believe would contribute to accelerate the processes, particularly when it comes to decarbonization. Level playing field, so the international solutions and international cooperation. We have already proved that when Europe sticks together, we can really make the progress. And this is the approach that we can only wish and expect in the forthcoming months and a year in the discussion in the IMO. Now, EMTER is launched. It has been presented. Now it's yours. Use it. Use it when you are in the decision-making processes, developing new legislation at the national level, new strategies, new EU strategies and perspective. Use it when you make your business decision. It could help you also deciding in which direction to go when it comes to, for example, alternative fuels. Now we are at the path to the EMTER 3. Yes, we are just closing the EMTER 2, but we are forward-looking. And EA and EMSA, which will again join forces, counts on you. We need you. We need all stakeholders because, as you have seen, EMTER is not just the sequences of data and information. It also shows the trends. And for that, we need a holistic approach. We need a continuity. So we honestly count on your support and your engagement in the same way as we have worked so far. So I'm already looking forward to continue working alongside with all our stakeholders in order to, on one hand side, fill the gaps which we have identified that still are needed in terms of both knowledge and information, but also in developing even more complete reports in 3 years' time from now. So stay with us. But I have another announcement for the closing. We are a maritime safety agency, so apart from EMTER report, we are also developing MSAFE report, so the safety report, which will be launched by the end of this year, October and November. So you will soon receive save the dates. Safety and security goes along with sustainability. These are the two coins of the same, the two sides of the same coin. So I'm looking forward to see you all here again in EMSA. With this in mind, I'm closing today's conference. Thank you again. I'm wishing all of you who are leaving us the safe journey back to your homes. And the rest of you, I'm going to welcome you to the dinner, which we are going to host today in one lovely place in this beautiful city of Lisbon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maya. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, above all, to all who participated. Maya said, those who watched here in Lisbon and those who attended online. And I think at this point, we can now end our streaming. Thank you very much and goodbye to all our online viewers. Thank you. Now,